Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince in the popper. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in the coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this.
Gotta take control. Start listening to my soul. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. There's enough above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. There's enough above. Feels good. Starting to believe what will be, will be. Overlooking back. Where's the point in that? And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. It feels good. It feels good. It feels good. It feels so good. And it feels good, so good. Coming back again. Rising up above. Fear and this pain. Letting go of memories. Knowing they can't define me. Rising up above. Feels good. took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Sad words are spoken. Move on. It's broken. Give up. It's time to leave. I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha bonita. She's so cocky with them hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this waffle like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get them hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this bubble like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. So let them lurk, cause we don't mind. Just let them lurk, cause we don't mind.
on ahead, chasing the dream. Suddenly so far.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LPL Summer Split. We're on day 3 of week number 2. And, ladies and gentlemen, what do you get when you cross an Englishman and Irishman and they walk into a studio?
Two of the forecasters currently casting the LPL, I suppose.
Terrible. My name is Will Schultz. This is Dagda, and we're coming at you with another day of LPL action. It's 24/7 here at the LPL. 2 games every single day for basically the rest of your lives, I think.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Yeah, we're just running the whole way through your life. That's it, yeah.
We did have some games yesterday, though, and some weird results coming out as well, because somehow FPX lost to LNG, Dagda.
I could not believe my eyes as I watched this game. I went out for dinner, I came back, and all I saw was LNG kicking FPX around the rift. And coming out 2-1 against them, it looked like a resurgence from Maple in particular. Looked spectacular, that game.
Yeah, I tweeted it yesterday. Maple looking like he's back on the Flash Rolls, looking like what we saw from him back in the LMS. But Top Esports also managed to take down Rogue Warriors. Kind of an expected result. Rogue Warriors looking a little bit better than I was expecting, even in that series.
Yeah, they didn't make it easy for Top Esports, especially in that first game. That
it was real close.
So damn close to going down, but Top Esports, off the back of some amazing Lee Sin plays from Karsa, able to bring that one.
Yeah, and Knight on the Kassadin just somehow saving the day at the end of game number 1. But either way, it's a 2-0 at the end of the day, and that leaves us at this weird spot in the standings where, because of the amount of games played and specific opponents, Suning and Victory 5 are the top 2 in the LPL.
We've made it to a new era in the LPL where Victory 5 have actually gone undefeated so far. Suning looking pretty good as well, although obviously they haven't played some of the big hitters in our league so far.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well that OMG all the way at the bottom, 2 losses already. Not a good look for them so far this split, and hopefully for them they can turn things around as we move on forwards. But let's take a look at the games coming today as we'll start things off with Vici against RNG.
And again, later on, then we've got Suning versus JDG, which is going to be Suning trying to put themselves in that number 1 spot, but not going to be an easy task up against JDG, our LPL Spring Split champ.
And also, this will be the debut game for JDG later on today, so make sure you're tuning in for that one. But first, let's talk about Vici versus RNG, because this series very much a tester for both of these squads, because they've both looked good so far. They've both managed to get a win under their belts, but it's against different levels of opponents, and also opponents like RNG, for example, taking down OMG. We don't really know where OMG stands right now.
Yeah, and it was the same when I looked over at Vici, because I looked at them versus BLG, and it kind of felt like we didn't see a huge amount out of Vici. In game number 1, okay, there was that early play towards mid, but definitely the game was handed to them when BLG tried to fight for that second dragon, and then in game number 2, they played this slow comp, waiting for the Kassadin to scale, and then Forge took over the game. So we didn't really see a huge amount from them. So now going into today's game against RNG, they're really going to need to step it up, because after that OMG or performance that RNG saw, they're going to be looking to ramp things up nice and early, and Vici will have to respond.
Yeah, I mean, Vici are going to have to take off the training wheels here coming into this series, because RNG look strong. They look really, really good. They look really, really proactive, which is a drastic difference to what Vici had to deal with going up against BLG. So it's a very different style of game.
And I think a lot of this is going to revolve around that mid-jungle 2v2, making sure that Ikes and Forge can make these plays happen with Hung coming up from the bottom lane as well. This is where Vici started to thrive, but definitely as this game went on, we saw kind of BLG just making a lot of mistakes and Vici capitalizing on them. So the potential there if RNG do make a couple of mistakes today to go for that, but definitely I'm looking today to figure out exactly what Vici have been working on with their time off.
That is the big question for me as well. Obviously, we've got Coma versus Mata as well in this series. RNG's coach Mata, obviously world champion, support from the LCK, and Coma, multi-time world champion as a coach, though. We'll see if there's a little bit of a rivalry there, but Coma certainly will have been putting some work in during the off-season. Vici, yes, they were beating BLG. Sure, that's not the greatest achievement ever, but they looked clean doing.
One of the big things for me, though, that I did see from around their solo laners, because in Spring Split we saw a heavy emphasis towards iBoy in the bottom lane, but having iBoy, I feel comfortable to fall back to the Senna, Cube stepping up to the mark with champions like this game as well, having a lot of attention turned towards him. I think this does set up Vici at least to kind of go, okay, we can play multiple different styles. And
well, as we turn towards talking about RNG here, I want to take a look at one of the clips of their series against OMG, but dive a little bit deeper into what happens. It's like to be just a straight up 5v5 between the two teams, but ultimately OMG in some ways should have had the advantages.
OMG could have, but RNG played this very, very well and all fortified their win against OMG, run away with this early game. But I want to hit this screen here, highlight a couple of things for RNG that they read simultaneously on the map. Number one, the topside advantage fully to Ali's tower, hitting level 6 first and getting the opportunity to back and match Ali's window where Ali's will not have access to his ultimate as he cleans the minions underneath his turret. Number two, Xiaohu's positioning on Twisted Fate, who's able to bypass the OMG members in River and join his bottom lane to set up for a front-to-back fight with Xiaolong carrying support. Number three, the mid wave is about to meet in the middle of the lane. Icon is moving to hard push this wave, but it means he's going to be late to the party if any play happens in this river.
And then obviously, as we play the clip, you can see how the fight plays out here, and especially with Nu on the Wukong. I mean, Wukong is exceptionally good as well. With that on top of the teleport advantage, getting in there quicker, it's all just beautiful.
And that's it. With the delayed response from Ali's in the top lane, as he tries to hit level 6 before joining this fight, and having Icon that little bit late on the roam, it gives RNG an advantage where the advantages OMG had already gained didn't matter in the fight.
Well, thanks for taking us on that little journey there, Dagda. I hope you guys learned something at home. I sure did. But let's take a look at Xiaohu in the mid lane before we kick off picks and bans here, because Xiaohu has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Uzi is now officially recognized that they've played this split, has stepped up to that pressure.
And that's the thing, a lot of fans have always talked about Xiaohu as someone who's always been under getting his chance at the spotlight, and it's up to him to dictate the pace of this early to mid game with champions like the Syndra, the Rumbles, and off of those two items, hitting hard in the early to mid. And when we get to that late stage, then RNG have an advantage to play hating style that just brings them to the victory.
Absolutely. We'll see if Xiaohu can bring that to the stage here today. And let's just remember who this team is. This is RNG. Let's just remember that for, like 5 years now, this team has been dominant within the LPL. And when you look at their trophy cabinet, honestly, there's just hundreds of first places across the years. And even last year, finishing 3-3 in groups at Worlds, finishing second in the summer finals. There's a lot of expectation for RNG to step things up here in summer. This would be a disastrous year if they were to not make playoffs.
And we saw that against OMG, the coordination that exactly what we want to see more of from RNG. But already you can see Vici trying to ban away some of these champions that were coordination. The Twisted Fate, the Ornn banned away, and already that side, which we've kind of come to expect on
ban. It's 100% presence so far. It's 100% ban rate. This will be the 26th ban that Varus has had in 26 games. Wait, Boy looked fantastic on that Kalista when we saw it against BLG.
We're going to ban away the Graves here as this last pick. Ike's can take over that jungle role, and when we on both these sides needs to be. I think having that early jungler could work out wonders for Vici. I wouldn't be surprised here, or potentially go towards something for iBoy like that Ezreal. Hang his hat there in the bottom lane, wait for a little bit more action to take off, or in the bottom lane to influence the mid lane.
I love the idea of just going for the Wukong here. Honestly, Wukong feeling incredibly strong, but Cube as well. Look, it also takes it away from New, who, I mean, to be honest, every top laner is a Wukong aficionado at this point.
The thing is, though, there's a lot of answers to Wukong, which is why we haven't oftentimes seen it picked up or 4 on the red side. So this means there's a lot of more this draft. Do they want to just try and play this keep back, push away style from the Wukong, or do they want to try and match this engage and go for something like the
Ezreal locked in. It's very, very flexible, can go to the mid lane. You can see it flex to the bottom lane as well, but also just a very safe blind pick here for the side of RNG, and going for this Aphelios that we see so often.
So I imagine when I'm looking at trying to find something that can work quite well with this Wukong. Generally, when we see a Wukong like this, it's all about that 2-item spike where you've got that Triforce coming in nice and early. So they could go for something like the Ezreal if they want to. And with the Tahm Kench covered, I'd be surprised to see that locked in.
I love that both teams are just going to consistently hover Vayne here, but it's going to be the Ezreal locked in for iBoy in the bottom lane in the end now, or whether they want to go for something like a jungle.
I think the jungle would be the best option here. Again, Graves still up and available if they want to try and go for something along lock in as well, and you've got some nice terrain altering ease and pillars to try and keep this RNG lineup in check, especially for the likes of an Aphelios. To try and deal with some of these can be really difficult with that short range.
It's going to be the Jarvan locked in for Ike's to try and set up forward, succeed on in the past. We saw it literally in the B-roll of them against BLG, so wouldn't be surprised to see some later on in the draft. Now RNG, they're looking towards potentially their top laner here. I mean, Renekton, incredibly strong. We've seen it a ton already, and it's going to be locked in.
And the beauty of this for New is that Renekton can often struggle trying to get into these fights. Wukong, the Jarvan, they want to be up in your face, so this Renekton will be unlocked and he's going to be able to go aggressive, get on and into these fights.
Yeah, it's the kind of situation where Jarvan goes for the Cataclysm on Renekton. Here with you, buddy, and can turn those fights around. We'll see if RNG are going to be able to find those close range skirmishes, though, if we are going to just see these all-out brawls. LeBlanc the first ban, though, for the side of...
Now we have to see what Vici are going to start banning away from themselves. The Lee Sin going to be looking towards those jungle bans. I still think something like the Graves being left open is a big mistake from Vici. At the board.
See if they are going to go for the Graves bans. Things like the Trundle also still available if they want to go for more of a tanky matchup against that Jarvan. We'll see if RNG are going to continue to pinch this mid lane elsewhere. Could try and remove some of the engage, but no, they are definitely just focusing on Forge. Get some picks away from this mid laner.
There's an argument for Vici to try and help out in making sure Cube has good access. You don't have any lanterns to reposition this Aphelios and Syndra in the midst of these team fights, keep them locked up in the one place. But have to see if they decide to go for that. The other argument, of course, is towards that Tahm, his proficiency at removing people from the fights.
It's going to be the Trundle ban in the end, so sticking to pinching that jungle pool. But as you rightly said before, Graves is still available. So if Xiao Bao wants to snowball his team, Graves is up there. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. I don't believe it for a second.
Nah, it won't be the case. Could be going towards the Nidalee, Jarvan in that jungle, get in, take away some of these camps. And the difficulty for Jarvan is that once you fall behind, you really aren't a champion anymore. Either try and one-shot someone, you struggle to get to your tanky stats, and makes it far easier for the likes of Xiao Hu and Betty to operate in these fights.
Xiao Bao just going to be farming up a storm around the map. Yumi is terrifying, but there are engaged supports as well. Let's bear in mind we're already talking about Hung loves to roam, loves to try and set up Forge in the middle, who harkens back to their series against BLG.
And Xiaohu needs to be so careful now because you've got the Nautilus, you've got a Jarvan, both of them can set up incredibly well in this mid lane if you see that early roam. And Xiaohu will have to make sure that he's playing a little bit safer, a little bit further back, to make sure he's not getting caught out.
Now this wouldn't be super typical if Forge went for the Galio. No, he's going for Akali. Forge wants to carry here.
Forge looked really good on these assassin picks though in spring, and we saw the Akali come out from him as well. He looked amazing, so I love this pick for him. And Akali personally I felt has been slept on a little to her ultimate that made her a little bit trickier to play, but definitely pro players have figured out how to work around that, and she really has a big impact when it comes to those mid-game fights.
Thresh coming through as that final pickup. It was something you were saying could be banned, but goes through the cracks in the will be able to reposition. My big question for RNG though is what we saw out of them against OMG was very proactive play, trying to force plays. Nidalee is not necessarily the jungler to do that.
It does rely on RNG having advantages in their solo laners, because the whole idea is go and start pushing. Now they will have push power on the bottom side that can enable her there, but definitely I want to see Xiaohu and I want to see New having a map and support Xiaolongbao if he does run into Ikes in the jungle.
That's going to be the big question. It's the thing we were complimenting RNG on earlier on today about their synergy, the fact that they seem to all be on the same page. They seem to be coordinated. So we'll see if that can be the case, if they can continue to keep that rolling for themselves.
The big thing though was when we were talking about that mid-jungle, Leon have good setup in this mid lane. If Xiaohu is ever out of position, you can have that gank come in from the Jarvan. It's very easy to follow up or even see these cards very close to his chest, simply to try and support Xiaolongbao, that he's not getting caught out in Zendao.
Able to maneuver these dangerous map situations. Bear in mind, Vici have a lot of early game against BLG. The level 2 gank in the mid lane. Xiaohu is going to have to watch special that we've seen before in the past, and if they can set up Forge on this Akali, if he gets really difficult to come back from that kind of deficit.
That's effectively on that early to mid game pressure. You've got the Syndra who does really well off 2 items, or Renekton as well, plus Nidalee when she gets 2 items, really incredibly strong and great setup across the board here. So this is going to be a case of can engages off around objectives using the Jarvan Galio combo to those objective fights.
They're going to try and set up for those fights. They're going to try. There is no Galio.
Yeah, I don't know why I kept going on about it. I saw the Galio and completely forgot Akali.
There's going to be many heroes entrances this game, but Galio's not a champion, it's a play style, right? And they're still going to be trying to jump in together. That's what Galio Young moving down to the bottom side of the map here. Very standard stuff. You can see Xiaolongbao going to be starting solo on his red buff.
Yeah, we'll be starting up towards this top side. Placed by Vici on Ikes' blue. So they are aware that there's a high chance Xiaolongbao is going to be trying to get these invades and get some pressure off of the other side of the jungle. Especially with New on this Renekton dictating this top side, being able to push in, control how the wave state is. Xiaolongbao can play very heavily towards that.
Going for that Wukong as a blind pick, right? Because Renekton, he's real strong in the top lane, and he is not afraid to trade with the Wukong.
Not at all. You can even see here New is going for this aggressive push to make sure that he's able to control, getting that ward down to spot in case Ikes was up on this top side of the map and looking.
I'm really curious how this Akali is going to pan out as well. You can see fleet footwork just to try and make it through the laning phase there for the side of Forge, but I'm curious first off if Ikes and Hung are going to try and make these plays around the mid lane, whether Akali is a champion that they're going to try and execute that same strategy for, or if they just kind of sacrifice the mid lane, yes, and look towards plays later on in the game.
If I'm Ike's, I'm trying to play towards topside right now. In bottom lane, you're not going to be able to do a huge amount just because of the ability of Thresh to counter Ike's engage, also Marines. Plus in the mid, you want Forge to hit that level 6 before you can actually get the execute damage and make that gank pay off. So as long as you can maybe help out Cube in this top side, survive this early laning phase, get to a point where Wukong outscales the Renekton.
Bit of a deep ward coming through there from Hung, but Ming knows what's going on. He's there, he's ready, he's already got his over and clears that out. And shouts over to Xiaolong Bao saying, hey, look, man, there ain't no wards here. You could maybe make a play happen, and he's going to try and do exactly that. Flash play. I goes to Betty, and there's no way out for Hung either. He's going to try and get a counter kill. Ignite is ticking, and he actually does it, but it's still a 2 for 1.
You have that kill going over to a Xiaolong Bao, the kill for Betty. A massive mistake from iBoy. Arcane shifted aggressively in that manner.
Fantastic, though, from RNG, from Ming especially, just to go clear the ward and be like, look, that ward's are a cooldown. Come and make something happen.
I have no idea. 15 so far forward into Ming, and with Xiaolong Bao here, it's easy cleanup. And now RNG, great start to that Betty in tow for Betty. They should be able to have so much power in this bottom lane now.
And now I have to eat my words, because I said that Xiaolong Bao jungle, blah, blah, blah. Absolutely not. He wants to gank. He wants to make things happen.
It's going to be... Oh, hang on. New could do a reasonable job here of having that slow push come out, freeze the wave, and make it really difficult for Cube. Going for that big trade instead means that he's not able to hold that wave where he would have liked to.
Yeah, he's just going to be trying to crash that eventually and then force it back into the middle. The best of these trades, because ultimately, when you look at the CS numbers, when you look at the health bars, New is well and truly in control.
And that's the way this matchup should go, right? That's why you pick the Renekton here, is you can do so well against the Wukong in the early. Bao right now is having pretty much free farm of where he wants to go. I would like to see him try and set this Jarvan a little bit further behind, because right now Ike's has been pretty much nonplussed with what's been happening. Unfortunate gank in the bottom lane, yes, does give the kills over, but as long as Ike's is able to get these big tanky items and be the front line for Vici, that's all he wants to do.
You can see Xiaolong Bao. I thought he was going to actually start the dragon then. It was a bit crazy, but he's not going to go for that in the end. Just going to clear away his Gromp, go over to his Wolves as well. And you can see that. So Dagda, talk me through kind of the mid-game strategy here. At what point are these teams really going to be popping off?
Well, certainly both sides are playing pretty heavily towards that 2-item spike. I'd say more so for Vici, because you do have, you know, the Akali who spikes off of getting that Triforce, iBoy, I don't even need to explain that. So overall, Vici will be hitting super hard around that mark, and it's going to be on RNG trying to bypass that, rely on the likes of Yu and Xiaohu to keep themselves safe during that period, and eventually Betty will him out in a lot of situations. That heal, given the extra attack speed, will make this Aphelios even more of a threat.
Yeah, it has to be said as well that if RNG catch someone out of position with a Thresh and a Nidalee and a Syndra Aphelios to follow up, they can find picks real quick and real effectively. So vision control around the mid game is going to be crucial for Vici.
It really is, and already you can see RNG using the pressure that the control advantage Italy has in the jungle to start clearing out this first dragon and setting themselves up. So looks like it's either going to be the Ocean Soul or the
Ocean Soul or the Dragon Soul.
Or the Man Soul. What is with me today? I have no idea what's going on.
I think they're all Dragon Souls,
yeah.
actually. It does depend, because some people call them Drakes. So it depends who you're talking to. But because I feel like that's his next album.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah.
But yeah, top lane. He's got a 10 CS lead for himself. He just went and got the Scuttle Crab on top of it as well. Dragon going the way of RNG. And they've actually found themselves, even though there's only been 3 kills, they found themselves almost 1,000 gold lead plus a dragon on top of it. RNG are doing a really good job to squeeze that ban.
Will be off of that bottom lane play though. The 2 kills going across. Even though they don't have the CS lead, that's more of a factor in the mid lane, and that's where a lot of this gold is situated. Now coming up to pressure Nu has on top and Xiaohu has in the mid. Xiaolongbao should be able to steal this away relatively quickly, and because of the clear speed of Nidalee paired to Ike's.
Now, one thing I want to talk about a little bit here, while we've got some time in the early game, is kind of the history for Vici here. Because when you think about RNG and the expectations for them this RNG's expectations are obvious, right? They're champions. They are multi-time champions. They're world's attendees time and time again. They're wanting to make that happen once more. For Vici, on the other hand, it's not quite as cut and dry as that. The last time that they made playoffs was 2016, and they finished 5th. So even then, not a great playoff. Not to build a legacy for themselves and become one of these names within the LPL that people in the world have heard of and will respect.
And that's why they brought in Coma, right? It was to try and set up this legacy, and it's trying to invest in players like Ike's, like Forge, and right now you can see that paying off. Ike's realizing, hey, RNG are who we've got a moment of time where Xiaolongbao will be on the bottom side of the Rift Herald.
Yeah, managed to snag that one for themselves. That was Xiaohu W'd the wrong bush there. Ike's is actually going to be able to steal away the. Well, I say steal away the Grom. Takes his own Grom in the end, gets away from Xiaolongbao. And Nu trading heavily in the top lane. As we do see Shika play here, if he's actually going to commit to this. With Ike's here as well, with Wukong's ultimate, they're still going to make this play happen. In goes the Cyclone, knockups onto everyone, but Cube is low. Scout of the week finishes him off, and Ike's flashes away to safety. Forge here, just going to clear in. The minions itself alive. Forge now trying to finish him off, but he doesn't have the damage. Nu's ready to go back in. Twilight Shroud is here, but so is Ming. Xiaolongbao nearby. Ming can throw him a lantern if he needs to. There's a spear, but it doesn't quite land. The damage is still there.
There's the coordination we are talking about from RNG, though. Just about managing to pick up the double kill and now 3 turret plates to their name as well. That whole play that Vici would like to look towards with the Rift Herald has...
Oh, damn clean. The bait with the stopwatch especially.
And you can see here, the way they juggle this aggro is great. You get the Dominus, which attacks from the turret. So it's not Xiaolongbao who's tanking up all that turret. Then as he talked about the stopwatch to just about keep him alive, bait Forge out access here to set up for another kill.
I love how Ming just like step just far enough forward to be able to make the play. Doesn't want to overstep there. Beautifully played. And Ming especially is a player that is worth talking about here because Spring have the greatest performances ever, but he's a player that we know can be up with the very best.
Against iBoy, I can keep doing this because the push, yes, can come through, but Betty's going to be fine. There's not enough damage off of iBoy right now to try and take him out. The entire time that play is going on, Betty's picking up all the experience, all the CS, and not even a turret plate going over towards the likes of iBoy.
Vici here, because the thing that we really complimented Vici on against BLG was figuring out their wing. Whole heap of trouble here. Xiaohu pulls out a lantern. With Hung there, maybe they could have finished off Xiaohu, but Ming saves the day once again. Now, it has to be said, Ming so far on the Thresh has been everywhere on the map.
The big issue here, though, is Xiaohu burning that ultimate, not getting the kill.
Here, Ming spots him, though. And he's actually going to back away from that one. Kind of surprised that they didn't just try and force a play. They obviously knew Xiaolongbao was here.
So, RNG, I don't think that Vici will really want to fight for this. You've still waiting on those 2 items to come in, even the first items to come in on a lot of their squads. And Akali and Ezreal just aren't really in a position. This Syndra, who's already picked up her first item, and the completed jungle item from the middle.
Yeah, and when you look at the inventory for iBoy especially, he's got a cull. That signals, I don't really want to fight right now. I want to farm up, I want to finish my cull, I want to get a couple of items first.
And now Vici do have the opportunity coming up towards the third these newly purchased items and potentially pick up 3 oceans for themselves and then the soul on top of it, which they'll be delighted with.
Aggressive TP there from Forge Klein, but he's just going to clear out his minions here as Xiaohu going to head back to base. This is a perfect opportunity to drop a Rift Herald. Forge is going to be happily there to soak up some of that gold. It's not going to do too much in terms of the plates, though. It's only those first 2 plates.
Trading Forge towards those items. We talked about already how Ike's likes to play towards Forge, and the team has started to see him as the main carry. We saw towards the end of Spring Split that this was the game plan. So looks like we're doubling down on that now for Vici and look off that Hextech item first and then moving on towards the likes of the Zhonya's Hourglass and trying to be a nuisance in these fights.
And I love the way that Vici have approached. Just like Vici when they were looking towards Spring Split, they weren't looking at, oh my days, how does that hook hit? Ming's caught out, ignited. Is it going to be enough damage? He goes gold and saves himself. Xiaohu's there though, and he's going to finish the kill.
This is the thing to RNG. You are not able to move in as Vici, as iBoy's about to find out.
Oh, iBoy, this is not the place to be. In goes the... Oh, Ming!
It was blind. To give him his fair, it was
10 minutes and 55 seconds talking him up, and he's going to miss that hook. Disappointment. I'm an AD carry, mate.
Sorry, Betty didn't.
Yeah, I know. He
Auto
just
return,
missed
yeah.
it. He just missed it. Heartbreaking.
Sad times. But look, either way, RNG now collapsing on this bottom side. Vici needs to be so careful. Obviously, RNG looking to pick up the first turret right now.
This is going to be the tower going down. No shadow of a doubt. Betty finishes that one off. And the gold lead is really starting to skyrocket for RNG. Every single fight has gone their way. They're 4,000 gold up now.
And the thing is, they're not losing things when they're pushing power right now to shove in the mid wave and make Xiaohu lose a bunch of CS and get some damage on the turret. And same in top lane. Mew has the level advantage. He's hit that second point in the ultimate. So if anything starts to happen in the bottom lane, RNG would have had the advantage.
Just before all of that kicked off. Actually, no, I'm not, because everyone's going to arrive. We're going to have a contest for the Rift Herald. RNG not going to let this one go without a fight. Shalom moves in.
iBoy has his teleport, which is for this, but I still think looking at the items here, it's kind of RNG favored. This is going to come down to execution from Vici, but looks like they've read, hey look, we'll get towards our second items before we really start fighting.
I think the big game changer in these kinds of fights would be Cube on this Wukong if he can get a massive Cyclone, but ultimately he doesn't have his Triforce yet, so he's not going to be at that big damage point. On the other side of the board, Nu's got a Black Cleaver. He's ready to brawl.
Yeah, we will start to take these scraps though, and it's about the time that RNG start to slow down, but the problem is it's a 4,000 gold lead for RNG right now, and it's not like they're going to fall off very heavily as this game goes on. Fight Vici at all points in this game.
It's going to be another tower going the way of RNG. In the meantime, on the bottom side of the map though, iBoy is getting some damage down. I don't know how close to finishing that bot tower he actually is though. As Nu moves into the lane, I don't think he'll be able to finish it off just yet. But he's okay, now he can move in, he can finish this one off. Obviously, the plates are gone, so it does have a Mana Moon, so he's got a bit of AD to work with.
He's also just finished his cull, now picked up that turret plate, so he's going to be pretty far accelerated now in towards that second item. I wouldn't be surprised to finish. And now Vici are starting to come online just as this third dragon is about to spawn.
And this is one that Vici are really going to have to start contesting for. Pulls Betty into the mid lane. I thought he was going to try and go for a play there, but just clearing out these minions so they can move over to this dragon and start to get some vision.
There's no real pressure for Vici on the map right now, though, which is great for them. It's not like top wave is pushing in towards their tier 2. Although Q will need to go down towards this bottom lane to pick up the wave, but will have time to join in.
Hook though onto Forge. Twilight Shroud Force. They decide not to pull the trigger just yet.
But that's actually pretty big. You've got a 20-second cooldown on that right now, and a lot of the energy.
Oh, iBoy gets caught out and annihilated on towards the dragon. That's a free ticket for RNG.
iBoy has not been on point this game at all. Arcaning shifting side, now getting caught out in the mid lane by the auto attacks from Betty. This sets up, well, mid lane turret down. Shelong Bao is soloing out the dragon, and they're going to keep pushing here for RNG.
It can go for more. 10 seconds. Uses that Zonius to keep himself alive as Noob's going to be peeling for Betty. It's one kill going the way of Vici, but in comes Cube to turn it into more as well. He's on to Betty. Second Cyclone won't climb. Oh, it does like going to be able to turn that into 2 kills in the end. RNG somehow going even here.
They go even, but it's everything in the kitchen sink from Vici, Dohu, and Ming. But Betty being able to play that a little bit further back and wait out a lot of that burst damage from Vici, manages to survive. The consistent damage from Vici's Eyeboy, no real follow-up for the rest of that fight.
Let's take another look, because that was really chaotic.
It was, but Xiaohu was crucial. He got caught out at the very start, taken out before this fight really kicks off. So all this damage is solely just to keep this Wukong off and buys just enough time for Betty to get the healing from the Severum, and it was incredibly crucial. Literally a couple of seconds before he had the Calibrum, so Severum coming out crucial right there.
And really well played by New as well to peel for Betty in that fight. Finishing the kill off, New manages to stop him in his tracks.
That's the beauty about Renekton in these style of games though, where the enemy team is trying to dive on top of you, because you've got multiple different modes, kind of supportive style that we just saw, but also if he wants to, he can just Eyeboy and Forge and really cause them a nuisance. So New can have multiple different action carry forward for RNG.
So far, so good for RNG, it has to be said. 5,000 gold in the lead right now, and feeling, because ultimately, even though that fight goes even in the end, Betty gets a ton of gold for himself. They still got the dragon. They still got to push in the mid lane as well. Got a second charge. They're still happy with the way things went there. The only downside for them, the only positive would be onto Xiaohu. So that's a huge injection of gold for him.
You say that, but we're really starting to see Betty come online now. He's got that Rune's Hurricane. He'll be working very quickly up towards that second Zeal item. And the problem is that now you're in an issue. Your items, that 2-item spike, has hit, but you haven't really hit as hard as you would have liked. And RNG are slowly going to start taking over as.
So now over towards
oh
Baron.
no! An accidental flash from Shelong Bao was just in the replay in the bottom left corner. That ward really scared him. It's like cats with, what was it, the cucumbers? You need the cucumber behind.
Well, it wasn't a cucumber, but what's a green sometimes, depending on the skin. Oh dear, poor Xiaolong Bao. It
really can. Look, if you have a Garen running out of a bush, that's the biggest jump scare ever. But either way, the vision control is going to make sure there's no pesky people jumping out of bushes, because right now, RNG in this river is insane.
And they have complete and utter mid lane dominance when it comes to controlling priority here, when it comes to shoving these waves in. They can just continue to push this vision line forwards. Someone from Vici eventually has to come and check this.
And it's really difficult for here, because you've got so many wards there. There's a lot of poke on RNG, but with them in the pit right now, if they can find this engage, it could be disastrous.
RNG don't need to fight this right now. All they need to do is just use that Scryer's Orb. That's Ezreal on cooldown. That's the blue trinket on cooldown. There's no more ways to check.
And that's it. You can heal up as with Xiaolong Bao as well, so it's not really like you're too far pushed out by going to gain TP's summoner spell, well not summoner spell, sorry, abilities cooldowns out of Vici in these plays.
Try and force them out of their comfort zone. Force them to use some of their resources. And you can see over on the scoreboard as well, Eyeboy coming into the meta so frequently now, especially on Ezreal. We've seen it a little bit on Ashe as well. Just such the defensive stats that'll be coming out of the Caulfield Warhammer that he currently has. But let's talk a little bit about Eyeboy, because in spring he had a pretty disappointing split, it has to be said, and it felt like Vici were trying to focus around him as the primary carry, especially early on, and falling out of favor, and eventually they stopped trying to make him the win condition. It feels like they moved away from him being the win condition, but getting caught out still, going to aggressive in the lane. Choose from iBoy.
And that's the problem now. They've fallen so far behind that when they're trying to push in here, the poke from Xiaolong Bao is stronger. They haven't really been able to find the fight that they would like. Ming gets the hook.
Vici starting to fight off here. Ike's went real deep for this one. Slowed and forced to flash away. And that's going to be that. It's just going to be some cooldowns used for Vici. Hook goes in and onto iBoy. Cube, it's him against the world. Forge has to run away as well. Ming survives somehow. And this is going to be Ocean Soul. That's everything that Vici has.
And this is why I was calling for a Thresh ban out of Vici in the draft. Thresh does so well at stopping Ikes from getting off people as well with those hooks. It's the perfect champion to slot into what RNG are trying to avoid and enable with this composition.
This is such a rough game for Vici. It feels like RNG haven't given every single play has been RNG dictating the pace, dictating the play, making things happen.
Ocean Soul goes across. Baron gonna do the same. Nobody from Vici here to try and dissuade this. This is what we talked about from Vici. We were like, hey, we haven't seen it. They got to play their game against BLG. Whatever Vici wanted on the map, they took. Now against RNG, though, where they're really being tested, this is where we're starting to see those mistakes creep in. Already Munchables. iBoy has not been able to step up here and hit the point they're strongest. Haven't been able to find the fights.
He's still a while away from that death stance as well before he can really kick off. Forge as well on the Sakali, struggling in these fights, but obviously when you're this far behind, and especially now against an Ocean Soul, Akali's not really going to be able to do very much. Betty has so much protection, so much peel. If Forge ever does manage to get onto him, this just feels like it's getting harder and harder, and even the minions are going to be working in favor of RNG as they take the time.
The whole way this comp wants to work is Cube and Ike's diving in as this duo, setting up for iBoy to just damage what the Cube and Ike's. And then it's Forge just trying to play this aggressive stall towards the other carries of RNG and trying to zone them back with this Akali, or just pick them off if they wander too close. The problem now, though, is they're too far behind.
Cube's been caught. He's going to have his. He doesn't have the damage. Or does he? No, he doesn't. It's the answer. The Ocean Soul plus the heal out of Xiaolong Bao. This is going to be yet another tower and yet another win for RNG.
And it's RNG looking really to finish. They were able to find these advantages, getting Xiaohu out once again, roaming topside to set up the play.
Again, iBoy gets caught, taken down. That might just be game Dagda.
I think that is going to be. I mean, he's dead. Here comes the teleport.
Look at the clock. This is a 25-26 minute win right here for RNG. This isn't just a strong performance like they had against OMG. This is down another kill and a comfortable crushing of Vici from RNG.
And that's it. RNG played this out brilliantly from start to finish. Playing towards the top side of the map like we expected, because push up there, get the kills, start to get that snowball rolling. And unfortunately for iBoy, getting caught out in several different scenarios, both in the play on the bot lane, in that mid lane, it just when RNG were able to take these fight.
And honestly, when you look at the way that RNG have just dismantled Vici in front of us, this feels like a top team. This feels like RNG might be back. It's too early to say it like this. Think about it like this, right? Because obviously they haven't faced any of the top teams, right? They haven't really been tested, and they're up against Vici. Vici is looking kind of similar to Spring, unfortunately, at least in that game. It's a good sign that they are crushing these lower teams, right? When you can win so confidently against the lower teams, it means that when you are up against those higher teams, there's definitely a lot more confidence going in.
It's also the coordination, which was the big thing I think was lacking in Spring, was not being able to, maybe when they get out in Rome, if they get out in Rome, they'll end up messing up the play where you got Xiaolong Bao going too deep, or he's off invading in the enemy jungle and doesn't have the support of his solo laners. But now with this RNG, at least what we've seen so far in summer, they are working well together. They understand what pressure is.
Boxing on opportunity.
We're still seeing this somewhat reliance on Xiaohu though, where we are getting Xiaohu out of lane to go make the roams. It's Xiaohu's catching people out. And you can see as well on your screen, Xiaohu with the highest damage on this Syndra too. So still the playmaking mid laner for RNG coming up clutch.
Yeah, really quiet game from Forge as well on that Akali. And Forge was the guy that we were kind of touting as the carry for this squad, the guy that they've been starting to focus in towards. But up against Xiaohu, not able to perform on this Akali in game number 1. Still time though. This is a best of 3. Vici are not out of it just yet.
And that's why I was kind of surprised to see them not just go for, well, what I messed up was the Galio. I think if the Galio had come in, and why in my mind it was like this makes perfect sense, is you've already got 2 heavy engaged champions in the Wukong, the Jarvan. It's super easy for you to set up. You've now got this Ezreal as well that's free hitting the entire time. He's able to keep himself safe. It could have worked so well for this squad, but going with this Akali just never really gave it the opportunity to get into fights, get onto the back line, because by the time you got to a point where the Akali is able to threaten anyone, they're already too far behind.
But that is the story of every lane, right? When you look across the board, Renekton's going to come online quicker than Wukong is. You've got Syndra that's going to do better early, especially at the level 6 mark, than the likes of Hannah. Neither of them really going to come online anytime soon, but ultimately, across the board, it was very much in favor that they knew they needed to win quick and they needed to force the plays. They absolutely did.
Yeah, and that was the thing, was that it wasn't even like they needed to win quick. They had the Aphelios that scales pretty good as well, so it wasn't like they were going to fall off at any point in time. It was just the, okay, we've got this window of opportunity in the early game where we then get to the mid game, they get the patches, they get the picks, so they don't even have to worry about taking these 5v5 fights, and it all just falls into place.
In the mid game and in the late game, which is what we call in the industry draft difference. So we'll see if Coma can pull things together a little bit coming into game number 2, or whether Vici have to find out in a few minutes time.
把中路先带过去，熊熊这里扛了一下，状态有点差。小段这里一马当先顶在前面，想要离我一下。原地交一个金蛇规避一下泰坦一个大招，但是被猴子大闹天宫直接弹起，离我一下叫出自己闪枪之后，隔墙放出自己的弹幕时间，扫了一波，但是上先行阵亡了。而在后续 Light 无人能挡了，这一波是 LNG 的收割。
对于方 plus 来说，肯定也是必接的，3000多2000多，这个方 plus 全员而入，想去抢龙，能不能抢到？没抢到，龙魂就打了下来，熊熊被打残，熊熊有一个天崩地裂，想去做一个小雷，自己在一个闪现少女布隆坑，自己在屏幕的下方一丝血，还是跟他缠斗的机。熊熊还活着，同时正面红四方已经以一波摧枯拉朽。先斩一个猴子，再剩一个多云臂，多云臂也抵挡不住沉沦时间，再次拿了一波 triple kill。最关键的那波团战他们打出了，后面就很难操作了。磊又是中单的一个对位单杀，同时开了一个金身，有很大的一个操作的空间。看那个落地，感觉双方在要打多2v2，但是很明显啊，持续的作战能力上而言，红四方处于一个完全的下风，又吃了一个 Q 点的卸。加平 A， 铁男受到了猴子的人头，在长距离的追击中。皎月收到了巨魔，最后4个人疯狂的围堵，诛仙岛。
夜色降临。
很明显是比较脱节的，容易被蓝四方各个击破。预言家首先是被留了一下，但是好呀，直接被巴德最后一下平 A 收到他的人头，全部在里面。盲子一脚全部几个，卡斯林和剑魔双进场，直接狂砍后排 ，Ruby 也是透不了一波收割之势。
如果那就毫无意义了。
见了刚才在下方，球球是被沙皇这里给带
要看这个节奏啊，一个麦芽塔，两个麦芽塔，快速的扫掉，
踩下先踩游荡，
快的看一下，又先推主基地，能不能推掉 ？A 的速度非常快，还差2下左右。看看有个复活甲压起身，张无忌只 A 出一下。
如你所愿。我马上就到。
Quadra kill.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could lie. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
I'm hanging on your every word. The love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound. 'Cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
Welcome back to the LPL. We're here in summer 2020, and we're jumping into this second game between Vici and RNG. RNG with a phenomenal performance, not just in this game, but in their previous series as well. Oh, I'm starting to get a little bit excited for RNG.
I'm not ready to love again. I just haven't. It hurt the last time because they started off so well in spring. They really did come into their own, but it started to fall apart after week 3, week 4, and then it just all went completely into the trash. So now I want to see coming into this if they can keep this performance alive and they're still looking this good. I'll be ready, but I just can't. I'm not ready to go back yet.
I already. We'll see if they can keep things going, but for that game, it's going to be Ming as our MVP, and I think rightly so. So that Thresh performance, it was the crispiest Thresh I've seen all day, and that's because Crisp isn't playing today.
I mean, that is fair. But we are looking at Ming here. Amazing performance on this Thresh. The roams were on point. The hooks were amazing, either to set up the play or as an amazing follow-up. And it really all started with this play. Level 2, flash forward onto iBuy, and role for RNG. I mean, he was almost involved in every play.
Yeah, and I mean, also just where he was on the map, right? He was, whenever someone needed to get a lantern, he was already there. Whenever someone was able to be caught out, the hook was there. Example on screen right there.
And it's this here as well. Well, just before that clip on screen was his ability to counteract these engages for VG were so important as well. The Thresh pick fit perfectly as well. It was fantastic to see from Ming. Another player that we were looking at on this RNG lineup to step up because of the veterancy.
And when you look towards the draft, yeah, I have to think maybe this Thresh needs to be banned away, because now RNG going to be moving over to the blue side for this draft, so we'll change up the dynamics slightly. And I'm curious if RNG is still going to draft in the composition, because I mean, it worked wonders in game 1.
Yeah, it worked incredibly well. They got off to this really good snowball, and I think as we start to come into it here, they can either start to go back towards, you know, this more roam heavy style that we saw from Xiaohu with the Twisted Fate. Was banned away in game 1, but still you can go towards this pick, you can go towards more later game scaling. Like, that's the beauty of having Xiaohu and the likes of Betty here, where you can play so heavy.
And I think when we get back on into this draft again, back to the battle of the LCK coaches, these mind games between Coma, drawing board a little bit, and remember that it is mind over matter. If he doesn't mind, matter doesn't matter. So, this is how you draft, Dagda, I'm telling you.
You just come up with cool little phrases to confuse them, and while they're trying to figure out what you mean, you've already
An alternative also is you can ban away champions they're good at and pick ones you're really good at.
I like that.
That's
I
the
like
secondary
that style,
strat.
to be honest.
But obviously you go for the backup plan.
Yeah. Well, look, Vici I'm not sure which style they've gone for. Varus taken off the board, the upside set, and the Trundle removed by RNG. Imagine Kalista. The Syndra, though, is going to mix things up a little bit for RNG.
Yeah, so just removing all of the top picks from the side of Vici. All of the things that are very safe blind picks that will set of champions to ban. The Kalista being taken off the board, though, by RNG. Clearly Betty not wanting to go for that.
Does mean we could see RNG go straight rotation, because you're starting to teeter down on, and now you're entering the Ezreals, the Sennas, the Misfortune territory. We'll have to see what they want to go with on this first pick.
Ophelia is still open as well. Well, if that would be an option for a first pick, certainly a very safe one, but it is going to rightly say we're into that kind of Ezreal, Senna, Misfortune territory where who really knows what's going to be picked, something that can be lent on.
The Graves is going to be picked last time, but this is an incredibly strong jungler. Great clear, great damage, and can take over against Alex.
Oh, shied away from game number 1. It made it the whole way through the draft. Nobody went for that in the end. They wanted a bit more. Graves is great at Farbid as well. Graves and Nidalee are not too dissimilar when it comes to the speed at which they can get through the jungle. Bliss. And we'll see where they go for their second pick.
There is the opportunity here to want towards an AD carry and not go too heavily into showing what their cards are right now. At least the Nautilus so far is going to say, look, we'll probably go game stall again. Misfortune going to follow up on that, because Nautilus really starts to teeter off after those 2 items, and now you've got Misfortune as well who's coming in. So that 20 to 25 minute mark is where Vici are aiming for with their combo.
Already Vici setting up for a really nice combo where Nautilus goes in, Misfortune ready to bullet time. If you can get some more champions that fit into those categories, things like your Jarvans, you can already start to see where Vici are going with this composition on, and that's exactly what Betty's going to lock in for the side of RNG.
Could go towards something like the Yuumi again here if they really want to, and you just go for this super passive bottom lane. Although also looking towards...
I'd rather go for a blind Thresh or something. I want to go for something where Ming can make plays. Yuumi, not really that champ.
The Leona here as well is good because it works well against the Nautilus. You already win out in that support matchup, but as well shuts down this Miss Fortune, because she's really going to struggle to get off these big and lock them down.
Yeah, you just solar flare straight on top of her head. Miss Fortune's going to have a hard time right there. Now Vici have to start to... Kai's actually going to go and maybe looking towards this jungle pool as Olaf being hovered. Certainly would be a little bit more aggressive from Ike's.
Yeah, and I think much better pick than the Kindred that was hovered. Olaf is going to give him the opportunity and spike we were talking about, and it means that it's going to be on towards the likes of Betty with this Ezreal and Xiaolong, Bao, and Graves to play around these team fights properly. But right now I'm really liking the way RNG have drafted so far to go against what Vici have shown.
So looking good from the side of RNG and Vici. They're banning this Zoe away from Xiaohu. They already banned the Syndra as well, trying to test Xiaohu a little bit. And when we look back to Spring, one of his most played champions was the Sylas. But honestly, when with Sylas, because it didn't look that great, all things considered.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the best of pickups, but still, I think Vici giving attention towards this mid lane is not the worst idea in the world. I wouldn't be too averse to maybe seeing the RNG, where if you're going to have this style from Vici that looks very heavily on team fighting and trying to organize these fights around that mid game, just play off into a side lane as well.
So mid lane is good here. Blanc still available. Incredibly good blind pick for that mid lane. The Twisted Fate, the next ban. And we saw in the replay, obviously Xiaohu removes more of these mid game options.
And I think you hit the head on the nail there, Munchkins. I'd love to see a LeBlanc ban coming in towards Forge. Very potent on that champion, as you said, but also does pretty well with the way Vici wants to play, which is going in aggressive, and you can have her set up a lot of damage finish off.
We're already running out of meta mid lane. It's basically at this stage. There's so many of them banned. Galio still available. I guess Echo as well.
The Rumble is one that I'm potentially looking at here for Forge, where down the retreat path from RNG, where you can have the follow-up then with the likes of Miss Fortune Ultimate. You already have the Nautilus, and if you put a Wukong into this mix here as well for Q fights.
Yeah. Also, Corki and Azir, I've just realized, are both still available. So we could just see Corki versus Azir. That is an option. But we'll see. I think RNG, based on game one, based on their first series as well, proactivity than just a Corki Azir.
I mean, you could definitely go for the Azir here for Xiaohu, though, if you wanted to. You got an answer for the likes of this Olaf as he tries to run in, keeping the Nautilus at bay, and just trying to keep the rest of Vici away from you. The only thing is, though, that then you will struggle a little bit as the Azir and trying to play around the bullet time, but I don't think it'd be too much of an issue. Solar Flare and now this Wukong ultimate to try and be an annoyance for iBoy.
It's going to be the Akali. They've decided that they want to show Forge how it is done. Xiaohu going for the Akali. There's not going to be the Renekton, though, to deal with that Akali as they're hovering over a Mordekaiser instead. And, well, if you need something to peel for your AD carry, Mordekaiser's pretty good at that.
He does a reasonably good job, does well in that top lane when he does pop out to try and get onto your back line, pulling him into the Death Realm so he's no longer a nuisance for iBoy and Forge. Cube will be looking to play that more defensive, peel-orientated Mordekaiser, but when you look, they've a lot of damage to try and take out the likes of this Olaf, as well if Nautilus starts to go too aggressive. So I'd be curious to see now how Vici, if they don't get off to this running start, can they actually fight against the Lynx?
And that was the question in game one, right? Whether they fell behind early and there was just no way for them to team fight against RNG. There was no way for them to get back into the game. Just bowing to each other in the middle there.
But I don't know if you noticed, Mata gave a much more
bow. Much deeper bow.
Well, it's about the respect, right? I mean, Mata trained under Coma, so this is where you're showing. I mean, it's always nice to see that you still got a rapport there.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I know Korean or Chinese culture well enough to go into any of that kind of stuff, but I can see it. I can see where you're coming from. Outside of just training under Coma, he just lost the first game, so Coma's feeling good in terms of that relationship Game number 2 is going to go here between the two teams, but I have to say, I don't know whether it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but when I look at these two compositions, I'm liking the look of RNG's a little bit better.
I agree. One pick here for Vici that kind of is a little bit of they're already deciding to do. It kind of looked like we can't really go in super aggressive against this team because we'll end up losing out. So decide to try and move away, and I think they've now found themselves Corki and Olaf function together, but we'll have to see if they are going to be able to have advantages in the early game, and then they won't have to worry too much about trying to battle with the way their comp works.
Yeah, it'll be a question of execution at the end of the day, as it always is, but ultimately when you look at the side of RNG, for me it's just like, you know, we've got a power pick in the top lane and pick in the bottom lane of the Ezreal as well. It just feels like more of the power picks that are first pickable right now are on the side of RNG.
How do you actually try and start these fights? Because Mordekaiser can't really get on top of an Ezreal or a Grace. She just hides in the Shroud, right? So you're not really too worried about you're losing the 3 carries that are on RNG. And now there's a core setup, but you haven't got anyone to try and hold RNG in place and allow Forge to free fire for iBoy to get these big ultimates, and where you're not actually able to do particularly much against the RNG.
And we'll see if that is going to be an issue when we get to those fights, long before we get into the straight up 5v5 situation, because Xiaolong Bao, he's played, what, 3 games so far this split, and he's been incredibly proactive every single pace of these games for the side of RNG. We have a bit of a trade in that bottom lane, but ultimately, Leona versus Nautilus, you don't expect too much action because they kind of negate one another.
You say that, but Leona, when she does hit this level, just because of the inbuilt tankiness she has off of the W, I mean, Nautilus shield just doesn't do enough to try and answer forward. So when you first buy, it will be Betty and Ming favored. But after that, the difference in the turn this back over in favor of Vici.
I don't know how Cube didn't get that minion there. It looked like he attacked it. I heard it attack, but it didn't do any damage. And he missed the minion. Very sad.
Yeah, we've seen him miss a fair few there. Xiaohu.
Pigeon Xiaohu already bullying this Corki, already doing a great job. And then Carly as Cube wants to find himself a 1v1, and Nu might just be in... Why is he still CSing right now? I feel like Nu just completely disrespected that.
Yeah, flash burnt now. And as Ikes, you've got this brilliant lane that you can go and play towards. Cube needs to try and look for the bounce back, but Xiaolong Bao trying to answer in this bottom side.
Forced the issue a little bit there. Maybe tried to go for something, but perhaps not. Either way, Nu going to burn his flash. You can see Xiaolong Bao once it seems to be a bit of a favorite for his recently. He's going to have to settle for the skull crab.
This lane is going to slowly push out though, so could go scuttle back in towards bot side. There is no vision here, so it's not like Vici know that this is going to happen.
And that means that he's going to have to back away from that one in the end, and we'll see where he's going to opt to go for next. I'd expect him just to clear his own jungle though, reset and see what he can set up for later. Ming going to go in, trying to get onto iBoy. Stun is going to be there. Betty there to follow up, actually flashes forward. And iBoy's ignited and taken down. 2v2 from RNG.
He is right where RNG are going to be able to take over this bottom lane. Leona's just far tankier than the Nautilus. Betty's got a heap of damage as well, like Sphere, whereas iBoy's going for damage, and they punish beautifully. Once again, RNG's bot lane coming up clutch.
Do you know what? I'll eat my words on that one, because I said nothing was going to happen there, but RNG say no. Ming says, I am going to make plays. This is what I love to see.
And now, think about it from Xiaolong Bao's perspective, right? You've got a winning bot lane, now got a mid lane as well that's doing work against Forge. You can play towards either of these lanes and try and, one, either set up a gank, or look to try and pick up some of these early dragons and really start to get yourself roading, where when you get to those 2 items, which is where RNG are super strong, you've already got a really big advantage.
Ming wants to make something happen in the mid lane though. He's roamed on up, clears away Hung's on his way as well, as is iBoy, clearing away vision in the Dragon Pit. No, steps forward very aggressively. He's just going to try and get some deep vision for himself, and that will spot Ming as he moves back down towards the bottom side of the map. Xiaolong Bao, that though, he does walk across this ward in the tri-brush, so they know exactly where the RNG jungler is.
Ming has been zoned off a decent amount of CS in this bottom lane though, so he's going to start to fall back. So we will see Hung hit that level 4 slightly before Leona, and there is that brief window with Ike's on this bottom lane where they can try and make something happen.
Ooh, Xiaohu going very aggressive execution. Can't get the kill. Does survive the tower dive though. So it's just going to be an even fight in the mid lane. Actually, it's a flash for an ignite, so I think Xiaohu still just about wins.
Yeah, I think he's going to be reasonably happy with that. With that flash, Brian makes the happen.
Ooh, Zenith Blade just about goes wide there, and that's going to be the end of that, honestly. If you can't get on to iBoy, you can't really fight this.
Ike's is about invading on the top side. This is kind of coming out as a win. Oh, hang on, top lane.
Cube in a 1v1 against New here. Both going to walk away. Mordekaiser is going to be level 6 now, so if you try and go for any kind of tower dive shenanigans, you're going to have a bad time.
So the thing here is, Ike's does get the dragon, which is fantastic, but he's completely lost his topside jungle. So unless he can try and answer for a few camps here, he's going to start to fall behind in comparison to Xiaolong Bao, and that is the Zanky to get into this fight.
Cyclone being used in the top side here. Cube relatively low, and Xiaolong Bao is just waiting in the wings, desperate to come in and make a play onto Cube, and he's just going to have to clear away the vision and just settle for that for now.
So again, I'm actually looking back down towards Ike's. Xiaohu has managed to roam into the jungle, is stopping him from, like, he's going to try and do it again here. So as long as he can steal away a few of these...
Xiaohu nearly might steal away the big chicken as well. We've got a whole fight going on because Ming's arrived. Flash away from Ike's, but here's Xiaolong about to answer. Ming gets the kill with his Ignite. It's just another pickup for RNG.
And this is what's locked in against Graves, because you fall behind when it comes towards the pressure on clearing out the jungle. And as well, you just can't fight 1v1 and giving advantages to RNG.
Forge could be in a bit of trouble here as he actually bounced so early on in the fight. There's no flash available. Did the kill there, the collateral damage to do it.
RNG are playing this map so damn smart, and this is what we wanted to see from them continuing forward. It really looks like what we expect from this team.
It just feels calculated, right? It feels like they know what they're doing. They've got a plan and they're sticking to it and using this Graves versus Pit. But also Forge, a little disrespectful there. They knew whereabouts on the map everyone wants.
And with Xiaohu understanding, hey look, Ike's has got those raptors. He knows that, look, either Ike goes into his own jungle, he's got nothing to clear, his entire jungle's gone, and he's useless. Or, and buy enough time for Xiaolong Bao to make it over, and we can turn this fight around.
In the meantime, Ike's going to be able to start off. He had to recall. Obviously, they know about this one. There is the vision from Scuttlecrab there, but realistically, there's not much of a contest available, and it means advantage here. We'll find the Rift Herald. Obviously, he got the dragon first as well, but a iBoy. Uh-oh, he's going to get caught by the Zenith Blade. True Shot Barrage flashed away from, though. That's both summoners now for iBoy, who stepped way too far forward. AD carry.
And let's not forget, Ming hasn't even hit level 6 yet. So Solar Flare wasn't using that engage. Now, don't think of any other fights that are going to be coming up, or even plays towards this bottom side, and they can dive onto alongside Xiaolong Bao, and there's nothing Vici can do about it.
Yeah, even just taking the summoners, you're going to be happy with that as a 2v2, and this RNG bot lane really looking dominant in this, well, in their first series of the split.
And in spring, Betty for me was the consistent player on this team, and now that Ming, Xiaohu and Xiaolong Bao he's only flourishing even more. Now taking over the bottom lane, DS lead even for himself down in that bot side. And especially in a matchup where it's Ezreal versus Misfortune, that's not what you'd expect at all.
You don't expect carry, the one that's forcing the issue in the bottom lane. But I guess it's one of the things about Leona, right?
Aggressive on Ezreal and taking over lanes with Uzi, you know, I'm just saying.
That's very true. That's very true. Although they don't have the support of Uzi helping them out anymore. He has retired now, so it's not going to be. We can't just give them all of the credit. Can't give Uzi all of the credit anymore. It's not his team anymore.
Involved in some respects, so and still, I'm imagine he's still trying to help issues, and that mean that he's not going to be here anymore. And I can already see the Bible thumps.
The Bible chumps.
Yeah, look, I didn't sleep
That's
well
kind of
last
offensive,
night.
dude.
I didn't sleep well last night.
Accidental burn from Dagda there.
Yeah.
Oh dear, let's take a bit of a recap of where we're at right now, because RNG already with a 2,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. Downside they've had is these objectives. The Dragon went the way of Vici, the Rift Herald went the way of Vici. We've yet to see where Ix is going to drop that yet though, and let's bear in mind, game number 1, Ix managed to get himself to Rift and weren't able to really force any issues with it.
Well, I think the best way for Vici to try and use this Rift Herald is put pressure towards the mid lane just as this next Dragon is spawning, and maybe they can look to sneak one away and put the brakes on. With the dominance that RNG has had, they should be able to maneuver where they're not going to worry, and especially with Ix on this top side, it looks like it's all about just getting, it's even taking the tower here actually.
I was going to say, yeah, there's 2 of them here, and there's no answer whatsoever. New cannot step up to this, so this is going to be the first tower of the game, surely going down in favor of them, but the Cyclone comes on through. New wants to contest, he nearly actually finishes off Ix, decides to stay under the tower here. He will be able to keep his tower Dragon.
And now we can make that play bot, because you don't have those summoner spells up quite yet for iBoy. With all these members down here,
Kane shift away, in comes Xiaolongbao and Ming to try and set this play up. I don't think they're going to go for the dive though, because Forge, you can see him on the minimap starting to move down towards this play.
Xiaohu had moved up towards the top side to just dissuade anything extra coming in. With Xiaohu teetering top, the lean towards the bot side from the rest of RNG isn't going to quite work out.
Just going to be complete vision control though. There's so many wards that Xiaolongbao and Ming have cleared now. Those resources, and Cube finally gets to step forwards here, and he will get the first tower of the game eventually. New was able to delay things well ahead in the top lane.
It doesn't matter too much though for the Vici game plan, because when you think about it, Cube here is, we already said, going to have a difficulty getting into these fights. He's going to be trying to use this Shadow Realm a little bit more defensively and help. Yeah, you can kill them faster, but the whole point is Mordekaiser kills you anyway. So it's not going to be a massive boon to Vici, the fact that this gold has gone on towards the Mordekaiser.
Wesker is one of these champions that if you get far enough ahead, you can just win the game by yourself. You can just walk in on 1v5. So if Cube can keep that ball rolling and can get enough gold behind him, he will get very, very scary very quickly. So RNG do need to watch out for that potential situation. One downside though is everyone just build.
Well, even then, like, think about trying to get onto some of these cards. I mean, it's easy for you to get onto you and Xiaohu because they'll be in the thick of things. Eddie, the ones that are really going to be dealing a ton of damage. It's not as easy for Mordekaiser to get onto them. You've got the arcane shifts to avoid some of the death grabs. Same with the E from Xiaolongbao, who'll be able to just quick draw himself away. So he comes in a bit of a precarious spot when we do get towards some of these later fights, as long as RNG have set up correctly and they're not just allowing Vici to wander in on top of them in the likes of that Dragon Pit.
Okay, so if that's not the game plan, what is the game plan then for Vici? How to find themselves a win and equalize this series?
I imagine the best bet here for them is to try and go for some sort of split push here with Cube and Forge off and side lanes and hope that they're able to answer for it. But when you've got Xiaohu, who's starting to get pretty far ahead here, deal with this Akali in a side lane and not have to worry about RNG and very quickly taking some of these objectives while you're inside.
The trouble there is Zenith Blade just goes wide on the side of Ming. It means that Forge can just clear away this mid wave. Xiaolongbao went in to get some, have answered in force here as they move towards the Rift Tower themselves. Cube here, iBoy here, sure that they can get every single neutral objective this game.
The package is up and available for Forge, which is going to turn this fight pretty heavily in favor of Vici.
They still want to go for this one. New caught out, hung ill onto the mid laner. iBoy's in trouble as well as Xiaohu dashes away. Ike's back over the wall and finishes the kill. New desperately just trying to survive against Cube. Won't be able to do so, but it doesn't matter because the kill is answered and it's a double for Xiaohu.
And it doesn't matter if Forge no way, he got disintegrated at the very beginning of the fight. Maybe got an auto attack. Just watch Forge. She's like, cool, I'm gonna make the play. Ming flashes in aggressively, CCs him forever, and Vici as a result lose their mid laner. iBoy's running for the hills because Xiaohu has already removed 3/4 of his health bar, trying to salvage this fight.
And that was actually a flash from Cube at the end of the fight as well. So, you know that issue you mentioned before of Xiaolongbao and Betty, that becomes even more difficult when Flash
got this Rift Tower as well. So, although the towers haven't been cracked for RNG just yet, they can use this advantage now to start getting some of that. Already, how Betty has moved towards this mid lane, he's going to be on clear Xiaohu and New to try and use their finished items now to put pressure onto these side lanes.
Yeah. On the side of RNG, though, they've got to move in quick if they want to contest this drop. Very much in favor of Vici right now. You can see Ming sweeping away, trying to change that fact. Well, and Xiaohu here from the bottom lane will be able to rotate up very quickly.
Vici have to be pretty careful, though, because look at where New is off if they try to enter this river. Same with the position on Xiaohu. If RNG are able to bait Vici into this river, you get perfect access for both the solo laners of RNG.
Not the Corky bug, Dagda. I can't deal with the Gatling gun for the rest of the game.
Look, what we need to do is him to buy his Zhonya's, and then we get the Zhonya's bug with the
That's the auto injury. Yeah. I think it works for the stopwatch potentially. I don't actually know though. Well, it's just going to be not contested in the end from Vici. And understandably so when Cube's not there as well. But I do feel like there is still a potential avenue for a victory here, because they're only just under 2,000 gold behind at this point in the game. If you can get a good CC chain onto a couple of players and you can get iBoy to get the bullet time across everyone, you could still win a fight.
RNG are looking to try and become so much easier to make plays on that bottom side towards everyone from Vici is distracted with the big old bug in the mid lane. Xiaohu's managed to take bottom lane as well.
Beautifully done here by RNG to start opening up the map for themselves, and that means they're now going to have the lead when it comes to these towers. The only one remaining is up in that top lane when it comes to the tier 1. So, I mean, I feel like we're just complimenting them endlessly, but it's just been so clean. Everything so far from them in this series has been immaculate.
And that's it. It's been a bit of a slower game because, of course, you said you're waiting for your Ezreal to really come on Hextech Revolver, or Hextech Gunblade even, and then move on into the likes of this Oblivion Orb before she really is able to threaten the backline of Vici. But the second they hit that mark, they go straight in on these fights. And I'm actually looking at New here as well, who's had to go for the Black Cleaver build and the armor Cube has managed to pick up so far.
And one of the things that you mentioned earlier on is it's difficult for the side of Vici to get onto this Ezreal. And Betty knows it. Look at the build he's going for right now. You can't because the Colonel's there. As soon as I mention it, they're going for favor of RNG. But what he has in his inventory is a Mana Moon and a Stinger. He's going for a Triforce. He knows he doesn't need to be defensive.
I actually would have probably preferred the Iceborne Gauntlet build here, because I know damage is good, but not a huge amount of damage on your team. You don't really need to amplify that quite further. I think, to be honest, being able to slow Cubes advance, the likes of Hong, or even catch out Ikes once that Ragnarok is gone, could have been far more valuable here, but he's got stage. You're kind of just hoping that you are able to keep your distance as this Ezreal.
Yeah, I think part of it as well is you mentioned the wind conditions here for Vici. Rate the map. If you are in that kind of position, it's even more difficult for anyone to threaten this Ezreal at any point, because they're not going to be trying. Betty just deciding, you know what, Triforce is the way, damage is the way, and I can get behind that. I can get behind just building pure damage.
RNG though, looking to try and get in towards this top side jungle now and get control. So this is where, at least right now, RNG are trying, because they know, hey look, we've got a 2-kill Akali.
Ooh, nice little dodge there from Ike's to get away from the stun, but still massive damage through. And the True Shot Barrage coming on in there. Ultimately though, no pick is had in the end, and you can see just same thing as last game, all of this Baron area.
It does draw Cube up from the bottom lane though, and that is given the opportunity now for you to shove in that bottom wave that little bit further. So right now it's all about RNG gaining to where their minion line is and trying to apparently start up the Baron.
Hey, you've got a Grace, you built a Triforce on Ezreal, so you got the damage for
You need the Blade of the Rune King first though. That's what you need if you're trying to...
It was spotted by Ike. It means they have to move away from this one, but ultimately, I wasn't really expecting them to be able to sneak that one.
I mean, look, A for effort, but yeah, as he said, it's not that likely. Still, though, RNG are doing a decent job here of looking for this dragon that's about to spawn in 40 seconds. You manage to add on a second Ocean Drake, put yourself on Soul Point, and you're drawing Vici into a fight that right now they just really don't want to take.
Once again, back to this vision game between the two teams. Any kind of ward presence around that Baron, but it's actually the dragon they need to worry about, because that's up in 20 seconds. And RNG have moved. Vici can't make any crazy shenanigans happen there. And this would be Soul Point if RNG can grab another Ocean.
RNG with the control over the to Xiaolong Bao and pick up this dragon pretty much uncontested. Vici are going to struggle to move in here, especially with that damage being poked on towards Forge, to take back this river control, because they will just get walk in against Xiaolong Bao.
Xiaohu just looking for really doing. He's playing for space right now, trying to make sure that Vici can't move in, and that's exactly what they've done. Betty jumps forward as Ike's is just getting annihilated. And this is the kind of Ezreal play that really know how much damage you can do once the items come on through. True Shot Barrage won't be available for this fight as the Solar Flare goes down onto Cube. He's all of the gold for Vici, remember. He is the carry right now. Forge trying to do anything to nuke the fight. Vici forced out overall.
They get the dragon though, and that's the important part. Trying to get that little bit more to see if they could pick up a turret or maybe even turn towards this bar. Realistically, RNG can just back away now, spend their spoils, and now you're in this hard spot as Vici as, okay, well, how do we try and defend at the same time?
That will be the question, but that's 4 minutes away. They've just got to worry about the Baron for the time being, but this gold lead continuing to slowly but favor of RNG. And when you look at the clock, Vici have lost because the game was over in 2 minutes.
That is true.
In game number one. True. But I feel like that's by design here from RNG, because they're playing a much slower game.
They look at Vici coming up towards this. Hang on.
If they just sat tight in that brush for a second longer, I think that's a pick up to hug.
Well, that's the thing now. It's really hard for Vici to enter in towards this jungle, because, well, you don't know where RNG are. With the setup from Ming is sky high right now.
And it's worth talking about the fact that you just saw the Q damage on that red buff from Betty. That Mystic Shot is going to do upwards of 600 damage.
And you've got control now of RNG of the Baron Pit. You just swept it out. So you know that once you start to get these blue trinkets out of Vici, there's no more Vici. So as long as RNG are able to keep control of this topside jungle, they can starve out the vision from Vici.
In onto Hung, on him, and Xiao, who dives across the backline. True Shot Barrage across the team. Solar Flare doesn't quite land though. And Hung found caught out in the wrong spot. Cube goes down. So is Ike's. the whole of Vici falling apart before our eyes, and it's only iBoy and Forge to walk away.
And everyone from RNG is still standing so they can turn over towards this Baron, and that's how you get the control here from place. The teleporting towards the backline is new, and as soon as you have all these pieces from RNG, dive onto Vici and just solidify their win.
And I just love that how coordinated these engages are from RNG. There's every single member is on board.
Yeah, and look, Hung is not in the best of positions here, but all you want as RNG here is to have multiple different for the like that Akali. New as well is zoning Vici away from the safety of their own base, so RNG are pretty easily able to Vici.
Beautifully done by of gold going their way. Now a 7,000 gold lead, and it's only a minute and a half until that Ocean Drake spawns. Bear in mind, they've got the Baron, so in the meantime, they can look towards towers or towards an AD carry yet again.
Why is he there?
Banter,
I mean, I suppose.
Just banter, Douglas. Just banter.
Yeah. Just great way up towards River when he only got his tier 2. I mean, look, I think iBoy has really not been having a great series, and RNG now looked up damage.
Oh my days. Cube, luckily for him, has the Zhonya's already, but it's not going to matter because Xiaohu's there. They're going to finish this one off. They ain't afraid of no towers at this point in the game. And well, another couple of picks at the siege in the mid lane here.
They can, because they've also got now New on this bottom side. So RNG moving over to help out New and clearing out that wave. And now they can just put the pressure down.
Honestly, you're like, Salt the Dragon. Let's get some inhibitors right now. These picks are at the perfect time. And honestly, it feels like the mentality is all but gone.
But it has been RNG making the correct plays, playing towards the strengths of their composition, taking it a little bit slower, but figuring out exactly how to go against what Vici are trying to do. We're 12-1 in this game. The Dragon in 15 seconds, they're not even going to back. You can see they're just going to go straight for that objective. New will, but that's actually, it looks like
everyone
going
has
to
backed.
now. Yeah, this actually is, this is a bit of a mistake potentially here from RNG, because it may give the opportunity for Vici to steal it away, but they go in here for one Dragon. Do you really care?
Honestly, I don't think that Vici could do this one. As soon as they realize the whole team is here, they gotta back away. You're 10,000 to take though, because Ocean Soul would seal the game. RNG gonna force this one. True Shot Barrage across two of them. Solar Flare in, and here comes the fight. Xiaohu not, but the bullet time barely tickles Betty, and they go in for the fight, but actually Vici winning this one out so far. It's going to be 2 for 1 in their favor. But it doesn't matter, because Ocean Soul win the way of RNG.
And where are they going to punch?
I thought for a second there it could have been Vici's, but no. It's all gone down. iBoy falls. It's an ace, except for Hung, who managed to add support there to be the only one living. Especially as an engaged support.
I would have abandoned you in that case as well, to be honest. That's the support in that
Charming.
situation. RNG, this has been clean. This has been incredible to watch. And maybe, just maybe, Munch are onto something. They could be back.
Might just be back. It's a bit early to say it, but they're looking good so far in the LPL. That's 2 series, and it's 2 series under their belt in summer.
Up. Finding so many pressure points from Vici again. Punishing iBoy in that bottom side of the map, then starting to rotate towards that top side as well, and overall they looked absolutely stellar from start to finish.
And yeah, amazing coming in, but also he was a rookie at the start of spring, and I think a lot of people kind of were a little bit harsh to him, considering he had to fill Carcer's shoes. But if you show me these 2 series and tell me this guy's a rookie, I wouldn't believe you.
Well, that's the thing. I think a lot of people had very high expectations for Xiaolong Bao coming into spring, because he was Wei, and when we saw what Wei was capable of, people are like, well, what's happened? Starting to see why this guy was so talked about, why he had multiple MVP performances in the LDL. He was able to control that jungle pace, was able to, well, punish, go for that in the draft. As to this Corki in the mid lane, it felt like they ended up playing into RNG's hands, and that was exactly what RNG wanted.
Yeah, dude. Reading the situation, that's what we call today, was the way that RNG can read the map, can read how things are happening. Pretty much the definition of what has just happened over these two games. Reading the win condition.
It's about it in the game as well, where Ike's was trying to get some farm back for himself, because okay, he shows how steals away his entire topside jungle. Xiaohu realizes, okay, I'm gonna go protect our own Raptors. Just these kills that started to snowball out of control, and with how evenly matched both these teams were going to be entering into the mid game, it really depended on who was going to be ahead, and it turned out to take these plays and get that gold lead for themselves.
And that's the difficult situation. Early in your carries are things like this Misfortune that wants to fight in the mid game. If you're against a team like RNG, or at least some of RNG, ever let you recover from that, and you can see beyond the 15-minute mark, it was just RNG all the way.
And realizing, how do we try and play toward the coordination that was going to be needed from him in this game?
Oh yeah, and I mean, you do a lot of damage. The True Shot barrages, especially during the carries, is such a crucial part of the Ezreal kill.
I want to take this right back to the draft though, because I feel like one, we got to praise RNG, because in spring one of the biggest problems that we saw from them was their draft. They weren't really giving themselves the opportunity to have these strong games, but definitely being able to read what Vici were going for here, counteract that when it came to the draft and how they wanted to play this game, picking up that earlier Ezreal, the Graves as well, meant that they were able to keep the champions that Vici had shown so far at bay. And it meant that when Vici got into the draft phase, they had to try and pivot to find something that they could deal with, some way of trying to get onto these carries. But the Corki never really worked out, because then we had Xiaohu answer with the Akali that was winning out in that mid lane, and it all really fell apart for Vici. And Mata, when it came to him against Coma, I mean, Mata definitely had the upper hand here.
Yeah, it kind of feels bad for Coma on that one. And Mata, he even bowed deeper as well. Yeah. So, well, 3, I guess, if you count the 2 wins as points individually. But ultimately, RNG overall looking fantastic, feeling fantastic. And again, like, you can have all of your analysis, put that in that corner, because I'm just excited that this team as a whole feels like a team again, and that we're playing together felt a little bit solo queue-esque, honestly, in some of the games where they just weren't on the same pages, and you know, like, it feels like maybe some of these players leaving the team has actually helped out.
Yeah, Anu has stepped in looking absolutely stellar in that top side. A lot of these plays have been set up in these opportunities to work within the coordination of RNG, and that is really the part that was missing as well in spring, was just how do they work on a dime. TPs are coming in instantly, reading the map state and understanding exactly how to execute on every single moment, and especially in these moments, make the call. It's not like you have time to explain to everyone their roles in these. It's, we're going to play it to perfection, and we're going to catch out all of our opponents.
Yeah, and so far, Vici falling prey to that after OMG did earlier on in the Stargates. I actually don't know who their next game is, but I'm excited to see if this can now be transferred. Because the big question in esports, when you're against JDG, when you're against even teams like IG, right? IG don't look that great right now, but they are not going to just easily fall behind. If you get a lead against IG, they're not going to stop fighting you. They're not going to stop trying to catch teams that are going to pressure you. What do you do then?
That's the big question, and ones that we have to try and find out. Unfortunately, what are we going to see when they go against these more aggressive teams? And unfortunately, they weren't able to find us.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's your case study right there in front of you. And it's right. He was the one putting on the pressure. He's going to be our MVP for game 2. And honestly, I'm excited that looking at RNG games we can have Shang as our Game 1 MVP as well.
Especially after the performances in spring. These were the two members that really felt lackluster, and now they're coming into their own game. And to be honest, over the past 2 series, he's been up in my head as the MVP for both of them. He's controlling the pace of that jungle from start to finish, and really not giving Forge or Ike's a look in that 2v2.
Yeah, just during this been magnificent. But also just reading the enemy jungler, right? Playing so well around Ike's this entire series.
Yeah, and that was the thing, was how not only Xiaolongbao played, but how he controlled where Ike's was going to be able to move on the map. How he was then answering that with the help of Xiaohu and with the rest of the team. This is just what made it so difficult for Vici to never get that early game lead they were hoping to snowball off of.
G squad. And RNG feel, at least in summer, to be one of these teams where every single game that they win, it feels like you could give, because it is very much a team effort, right? It very much feels like it's down to how, when we look at Xiaolongbao, when we look at Ming, it's also the vision control that they're saying. Support duo, the way that they are moving around the map. The next objective, okay, we're both here, we're both clear in vision, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right, it's not only this early to mid pressure that they put down, it's when they get to the late game. It is so division control goes. You can't go into your own jungle. There's multiple members from RNG around every corner, and at that stage you go, well, we haven't been able to get a ward in there in the last 5 minutes, and RNG know this. They know that they're able to either turn very quickly towards it and burst it in the jungle.
Yeah, well, RNG overall managing to take this one out in the end. I think convincing victory at that 2-0 over Vici a break. But there's another team that's 2-0 right now on the standings, and that's Suning. They finally have their first test ahead of them as they have to go against the spring champions in G. Make sure you tune in for that. We'll be back after this.
直接是分割战场，另一边小狗自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出，我这个还没有死，还在输出，还没死，我真的没有死。
又着了地了，要被秒了，现在这个一招的有点尴尬，大招被人抓什么？漂亮，生我拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。小豪往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下不空，带走闪现出空了，经纬还在秀，还在秀，有后5连肉没有关系，在进场，还有5杀的机会。对，3下补空没打出来，最后一下接到了。
被躲掉，被小白给 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后呢，那就想正面开团，这边打起来，比谁肉谁就比谁大个肉。老鼠被突起来死了，不能先死了。哎，老鼠被秒了，被大鼠秒了，那可以，这种可能站出来了，教练什么降咒？好，现在2个大哥在前面顶着，还活着，感觉一个继续。
这边打完送过去，然后没有伤害，开大，但是人这里反，我的。 天，这一波悠哉操作完美，
秒人的是一个阿布，也是秒不掉，
蛇女在特意被悠哉直接切死。相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过1飞的伤害太高了，
拖着 kill 自杀 kill 完成了一波 ace。
就是小狗这边来卡米尔，有没有大招吗？还有推出去的，
这个虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗。
哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个是
前面的场面可能被
完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，
又在第3球，
好久没看到，
但是临死之前秒掉了悠哉，之后已经有火炮了，这波可以打，这波落单了，也不能落单，
过来，小狗这个落有没有机会？有了，
看起来直接秒掉，这边还能
打的人好夸张。
一个上接盘，但是 是想的有点多，一剑命中的是杀回来了，但是大招保住了他，冲这个位置，凯南跟艾希的输出位置很好，两边 AD 都在疯狂切前排，九组和赵鑫对倒，瑞兹也倒，优在输出非常的，
我们可以过去，中国队赢了。
他是干特追着
来，而且他开到了，由头帮忙把对方的一个输出给反身用大招躲。U在那边挑人家，往后面拉，U在没有死，那怎么？辅助直接先秒掉。U在收割了，杀落下。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. The walls fall. Memory, our heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
You know it's the LPL when the break screen has 6-man rosters on it and they look kind of like small teams here in League of Legends. A 5v5 game. My name is Mudgewalls. I'm joined by Dagda as we head into our second series of the day. It's Suning against JDG, and we finally get to see JDG. We finally get to see the Spring Champs.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what these guys are going to bring to the table, especially after a little bit of a disappointing MSC. They'll be coming into summer making sure that they're going for that top spot once again.
Still making semi-finals, so not too bad for themselves, but we'll see how they're going to look coming into spring. But first, let's take a look back at Suning and their most recent series. We've been on fire.
They really have been, and Suning managing to take long indication of this team's improvement in the off-season. Their team fighting was on point, their ability to play around the engages of WE was really good, and many of the players that I had doubts about in the spring split, like Bin,
certainly did. And I mean, Sword Art as well on this Bard looking fantastic, and Sword Art is definitely a player that has been criticized, especially in spring, for not looking as good as he used to. The Bard and the Thresh still very much
greatest of expectations for him coming into the summer split, but he ended up 12-1 on this Graves. You can see here managed to pick up a couple of kills for himself too. This guy was monstrous on the Graves.
Joe Monk really struggling to deal with exactly that fact during the Suning looking fantastic, but looking fantastic as a unit as well. Their team fighting is magnificent. Bin has, I mean, the transformation is just night and day.
But this is still the same team. This is still the skirmishers. This is still a team that relies heavily on their star players to outperform. You saw the Ashars for Wanfeng in that those clips that were the decider for a lot of those games against WE is to win out that series. So when we look towards this squad, you're still seeing little bits of holes.
Yeah, and if there's a team that's going to exploit holes in the armor, it's JDG. We know them as the smartest team in the LPL. They won spring and they're back to kind of the champions are here. We finally get to see their debut. They've got a good bit of information on Suning already, who've already played 2 series. But let's take a moment here to kind of recapture some of the glory we saw from them in spring.
Welcome back to our LPL Spring Champions, and after what was a close fall finals, JDG were able to prevail and crown themselves our champions. They've looked Zoom in the roster, and a win today will mark their 10th LPL series win in a row. And JDG will want to definitely keep themselves a place at Worlds this summer.
My big question is, does the domestic streak count if they lost the MSC semifinals to another
I said
LPL
LPL.
team?
I said LPL. All right. Look, that's it. We've seen them struggle a little bit at MSC. That's why a lot are super disappointed. Pody now posts on Weibo saying how upset they were that they want to come into summer and look renewed and revitalized.
It certainly feels like this team is going to be hungry coming into the split. And that's finals where I know if you guys watched MSC, it might have like pushed your memory a little bit. This went the full 5 games and it was damn close to the end.
Moment to just look at Lu Mao's Bard here, because for me this is a guy that has been on JDG since its inception, stepping up to, in my opinion, be the best support in the LPL right now, and has really been at the forefront of this charge. A lot of that is people watching his highlight reels and going, all right, I need to pick this.
Yeah, a lot of other players picking up Bard off. That trend will continue, but I just want to like kind of point out to everyone here that this final here, this win for JDG wasn't just a matter of it's built up over time. This was a matter of momentum when it came to their road to making it to the final. They got 3rd place back in 2018 summer, then 2nd place in 2019 spring. Fumbled a little bit in the summer there. They managed to become the champions here in the LPL. It's been a long time coming for them.
It feels like JDG have finally got all the pieces to the puzzle. Loken rejoining the roster, Kanavi stepping up to be the 3rd squad, a definitive identity which to grow around. Everyone has their part to play in the performance, and so far it has been a standing ovation from JDG.
Yeah, and when we look over towards the roster as well, it is going to be that same old roster. It's going to be the same guys we saw in the finals. When you look through the team here, we've still got Zoom in the top lane, still got Kanavi, the guy that this team was built around, and we can take a look at their roster as well on your screen. And I mean, they have 1 extra player. They do have a 6th player in Peace for the support role, but realistically, the way Lu Mao's been performing, I don't think you're ever going to sub him out.
Now, 705 even realized that. He peeked out and went towards RNG, because especially with the way JDG have been performing with Zoom in the roster, you're not going to get a look in. And for anyone who didn't see them in spring, this was a team defined by making very few mistakes, incredible macro plays, and superstar jungler Kanavi. It felt like maybe an MSC though, that's steak and champagne dinners had gone a little bit to their heads, but I think definitely coming into this, they will be looking to be back on form and playing just as superb League of Legends as expected.
Few too many steaks, few too many glasses of wine, and unfortunately unable to perform when it came to MSC. I mean, they still made it to semi-finals, and they ended up losing out to Top Esports, to FPX in the semi-final. We never did get our rematch of the final at MSC.
We were close. We were close.
But let's talk. We've spoken a lot now about JDG, and I think a lot of the viewers at home are already going to be pretty familiar with JDG at this point. But Suning so far have looked good. LNG, who, by the way, yesterday beat who knows where LNG stand in the greater picture. I kind of wrote that win off, but now it seems to matter. They also managed to go 2-1 over place in playoffs in spring.
Yeah, and there's now that conversation of how high is the ceiling for Suning. As we talked about, Bin, SOFM really stepping up from what we saw from big tests from. This is where I want to see, okay, can they tussle with the big boys? Or was it just this flash in the pan?
That is going to be the question. Well, double flash, which will flash in a trade when it comes down to that bottom lane duo, but I don't know where I'm going with that one. Let's take a look at the draft here, because Varus is banned 100% of the time, and close to that statistic as well.
I'm curious to see if Suning are going to ban the LeBlanc here again. 12-1 currently on that champion, and the only loss he has was in their loss against FPX in a priority champion for JDG.
Yeah, Kalista taken away. Obviously, that Nidalee, something that Kanavi has played 8. SOFM, he's a man that knows what he wants. It's the instant lock into the grave.
12-1 against had an amazing performance. Why would you not go towards it again?
Yeah, I can understand that. Loken gonna bottom lane again. Just one of these carries that is consistently being locked in these days. Jungle picks here. This would be quite an early jungle pickup, but you already know your matchup, right? So why not?
Yeah, you could go. Just try and go against the Graves. You still can look towards maybe counter picking. The big blind pick for support is off the
game controllers and stuff on it. Never seen that one before. It's going to be the Zoe in the mid lane, though, in the end. And Angel, we know him for the Azir, we know him for the Kassadin, and those may well be banned away if they don't lock in a mid laner in this first phase. Now that you're not going for a blind pick as well, I'd say getting something for Angel might be the call.
I agree. I think actually here or towards the Twisted Fate could really work out for Angel, because when you look at JDG, you've already got this super long range poke that's coming out of the Ezreal and the Zoe. You want something that can either close the distance or
Twisted Fate would be one of the answers there. We'll see where that's going to go. But then over towards the side of JDG as well, they need to. They've already got their mid and AD carry. Could go for a jungler here, maybe even a support.
Well, looks like they might double down on that poke. There you go. Yuumi locked in. So
Team Rocket.
Now looking at Kanavi, I think if I'm on Suning, I just ban away Olaf as well. And you've taken some of these picks that can really work well with the Yuumi off the board, and giving yourself a little bit of safety here as well, where Graves can just run away with how strong that jungle matchup is.
Yeah, there is a ton of. It's going to be really frustrating to deal with from the side of Suning. They need some way to either play around that or just close the gap and force the engage before the poke can come through.
Yeah, I think right now that's kind of close that gap. You can get that Zhonya's Hourglass nice and early and get onto some of these carries, in particular the likes of this Zoe, who yes can play at this long range struggles. JDG as well, Aatrox banned away. Potential to go towards the Wukong, I believe, could be another strong pickup here just to prevent this super heavy engage coming in.
The Olaf taken away, I like, because Yuumi Olaf is not somebody. I'd ban the heck of him.
But Trundle,
I'm just thinking of things that Yumi's great with in Earth right now.
The Trundle would be the big standout for me. You just completely kick Kanavi out, go, hey, look, what do you actually want to play here? Your Nidalee's gone, the Olaf, the Trundle, like the Kindred, if they really want to. Because with the way Suning are going to be looking to draft, maybe going towards an Ornn in this heavy engage, so having something like the Kindred that can dissuade that is the option. But they are going to hold on to that. Suning want to address this kite back in style of JDG.
Kind of scary to go for the Kindred though when you look at this team, because they are squishy. There is no front line right here aside from that Renekton. The jungle that's a little bit tankier, but I don't know. I'm running out of things to play from that side. Obviously, the Lee Sin's still available, but Kanavi doesn't really.
A little bit in spring, but definitely you're looking at more of these heavy carries. But I love what Bard has gone for here, because again, this is about closing that gap. And when you can send out those long range ultimates, the Tempered, buy time for your Twisted Fate to get in, now your Wukong to get into a better position. This is a great call from Suning.
Dude, this composition, now you've got Bin on the Wukong, you've got Sword Art on the Bard. I was saying during the replays how great he's been looking. Up against Lu Mao as well. He's going to have to prove himself, because Lu Mao is going to know how to play around it. But we'll now see where JDG are going to go with this jungle pick. The Jarvan's still open. That might be...
It is almost a... Okay, let's try and lock down a few of these members to prevent the heavy engage on towards the back line. It's kind of the offense where you go for it, especially when you're looking at Aphelios, not particularly mobile. Same with this Twisted Fate. If you can time some of these engagements and lock them down, when the Tempered Fate comes in, when this Wukong is in your back line, you can buy the time for JDG to deal with them while the rest of Suning are dealing with Kanavi.
Able to do it. This composition from JDG feels a little difficult to execute, but honestly, if there's a team in the LPL that's going to be able to pull it off, it's JDG. They're the smartest team in the LPL. That's what they were called all through the end of spring, and it feels like they're going to try and live up. And we'll see what Suning have to say about it, because Suning's position, they've got a lot of these power picks right here, the wood through, as well as this Twisted Fate that has become higher and higher in priority in the middle.
I do like the composition that JDG have, though. They've spiked super hard off of the 2 items that Zoe and Ezreal have, a lot of poke, and Renekton can do a great job in these fights of just playing this defensive style where everyone on Suning want to dive in and be aggressive. Well, he's going to have a field day if your Graves is nice and tight, short range. Same with this effect. When Zoom can have a high impact of Suning's game plans.
We'll see if they Rocket known for mocking potential game plans, at least of Ash Ketchum, but we're not trying to take them on. We'll see. It's the Lion against the Demon Dog here as Suning take on the Spring Champions in JDG.
My eyes are going to be towards this mid lane, though, especially if you can have Angel get out with this Twisted Fate, impact the top side of the map, set up Wanfeng and Sword Art on the bottom side. This is where Suning can get this early advantage, but already you can see trying to go aggressive here, get some vision down to spot out Kanavi's path.
I like this though from Suning. I like that they're forcing the issue a little bit, but they might just be answered as the whole of JDG is here. Damage onto SRF. Is it late enough? I think he can't actually recall here.
He'll be okay without actually taking too much damage because you got the knockback on your autos, so SOFM will be fine to just clear it out. It's not too much of an issue for Graves, and it'll be pretty much standard clear now for SOFM. Looks like he's starting on this top side of the map, working, I imagine, blue could potentially go for a full clear, but I could maybe see him try and gank towards Wanfeng and Sword Art off of the bottom left.
See where he's going to go with that jungle clear over the next couple of minutes. Unsealed Spellbook here for Yagao in the mid lane. You can see going for the Transcendence and the Nimbus Cloak, powering up his flash. Where are you expecting the game to really pop off for these two teams, Dagda? Because it feels to me like we're going to be waiting a little bit before either teams really try and push things.
I think Kanavi can push things pretty heavily towards this top side when he wants. So I think what Kanavi's going to be looking to do now is finish off his blue, head towards the top side once again, and see if he can set up a Zoom, because this is a pretty potent gank combo where you have the Renekton set up with the Slice and Dice into that Flag and Drag, and it'll look amazing.
Well, before that happens, if he does end up going to the top lane, I just want a bit of a subplot that's going on in the LPL right now, because Bin, I think you can compare this guy to Luke Skywalker. I think that's a pretty obvious comparison. They've both got hair.
Sure.
They've both got eyes, for example. But importantly, Bin has already defeated. Do you know who he was the apprentice of? Zoom.
Okay.
Bin has come in. He's taken down. Now he has to go against the Dark Lord himself. He has to take on Darth Sidious. Vader has fallen in the WE series. Now he has to take on Emperor Palpatine in Zoom. You on board?
I'm following. I'm picking up what you're putting down. But, I mean, it's not going to heads up advantage in this lane. And Navi actually now spotting out Zoom very low, though.
Yeah, he is. I really don't think you can take that 1v1. He looked like he was considering it, but I don't think that's one that's going to go your way. SOFM is going to be able to waltz on up towards the top side and take both scuttles here. And
this is kind of surprising because Zoom has got on that top side that maybe Kanavi would have been able to pick that one up, but unfortunately because of the low health bar and because he needed to back up, is now going to be the double scuttle for SOFM. But we're still seeing this clear that we're going up towards this top side. With Zoom pushing in, this wave is going to start to teeter towards the mid. You even got Yagao as well, who's starting to roam up here on the top side of the map.
He's just going to move back towards that mid lane in the end, just trying to use that Scry and Bloom and clear out some of the vision coming through from the side of Suning. And Kanavi on this Jarvan, currently a level down on SOF. Graves is you are exceptionally good at just power farming through your jungle if there's no contestation. Then with the double scuttles as well, he has a massive advantage.
And when you're trying to get those 2 scuttles, because you, as you said, very fast clear from SOFM, but you're just able to duel so effectively as this Graves, and why it's really off jungler right now makes it so difficult for Kanavi to try and match that. So he's got to go for these early ganks and try and swing the ball in favor of JDG. But unfortunately, the way things have gone so far, Suning are doing a good job of avoiding putting themselves in situations that could allow Kanavi to gank, realizing the game goes forward alongside the Aphelios and Bin in the top lane.
Nice smart play from Suning so far, and I'm excited if Suning can continue the way that they're going right now. If they can just keep things going, they've got an Aphelios on the team, they've got a Twisted Fate on their team. They don't actually want to be 2 minutes first and then start to force these engages. In the meantime, SOFM, he's having his way with this entire...
And this is the power of Graves, but I think coming back to when we're going to see Suning actually have that action kick off, well, it's going to be when Angel hits that level 6 mark. We talked about already, getting down into this bottom lane, working in conjunction with Sword Art. We're about to see this dueling power here of Graves where you just can't do anything.
Fight for the Gromp as well. SOFM is going to be able to grab it for himself, and Sword Art's moved down. There's this stun. Lumau's here as well, but doesn't really have much mana to work at very least. But ultimately, it's not about protecting the jungle. The jungle's all gone. There's nothing for Kanavi to do here.
And usually we see JDG playing towards Kanavi to help him out, get in, get aggressive invades, but Yagao is completely out of mana in this mid lane. There hasn't been enough action towards the top.
Bin wants to make a fight happen right now. He's got, in fact, he doesn't even have a level lead. There's the dominance now from Zoom, who's going to try and turn this one around. Cyclone is on cooldown. I feel like Renekton should win that.
You don't when the Cyclone's hit, and especially as Bin will be able to start to stack up that armor and the regen off the stone skin passive. But now Zoom can look to heal up off the wave as Huanfeng.
Big damage onto Huanfeng. Loken for Kit doing a great job of doing so as well. Huanfeng really feeling that trade for himself. And
here we go though, going towards that top lane. Angel wants to get in. It's actually just wandered up, not needing the Destiny here, but Zoom feeling that something's a little bit off.
To bear in mind as well that at level 6, the Destiny is not that long range. It's about probably a quarter of the map, so you do have to walk a good portion of the way first. Trouble Bubble does land onto Angel in the mid lane, so Yagao gets a good chunk of damage down, and he's actually been doing a really good job of landing these Trouble Bubbles laning phase so far.
Hasn't amounted to too much though. I mean, look, you've still got an even CS when it comes towards the mid lane. Angel is getting the opportunity to go out and roam, which is the big thing. Help here.
Dominus is on cooldown right now, and SOFM has a lot of damage. Nice little dodge on the stun, but flash from Bin for nothing as Zoom gets away with available. It does a lot. If Sword Art can stop Zoom escaping, collateral damage would finish the job, and it will do exactly that.
Kanavi's able to actually achieve there, because you want to try and move in to block the auto attacks from the Graves, but if you move in, well, Sword Art has now been set up for success, over 2 kills, and why Suning are able to dictate this early pace is again coming back to SOFM and how strong he is on this Graves.
Zoom really struggling on the Renekton here. Outplays for himself as well. Kanavi's here to try and contest for this Rift Herald. Sword Art has been here for a while. Lumau has now arrived, and Yagao's here too. Both AD carries still on
Zoom though, and Bin does have a Cyclone up and available. This is pretty risky for JDG.
They're looking for Yagao. Stun card comes. Kanavi desperately wants to steal this one. Zoom's arrived. This could be the team fight. Great Cyclone though. Denies the engage from Kanavi. Still gets the Herald, and Zoom goes in. SOFM over the wall here. Zoom to follow. SOFM desperately trying to escape. Gets underneath the tower though. True shot. Not enough to finish off Angel. They don't have the minion wave to tank, and they get a kill. JDG get the Herald and a bonus.
We talked about Suning wanting to use the Destiny to get advantages, but JDG are the ones right now, and Bin Bin using the Cyclone defensively meant that there wasn't the damage follow-up to try and kill JDG, who, with Luma roaming up, are able to get the Rift Herald and get that big advantage.
And I think as well, Suning quickly realized.
Pick it up. Picked up the Rift Herald, but here we go anyway. I mean, look, Angel isn't going to be able to do particularly much, very low on mana. Does get the stun onto Zoom, but it's so difficult for this Twisted Fate to enter him. He's got to avoid bubbles from Yagao, and when you've already got one person who can't really get into these fights, SOFM, again, short run in the Jarvan, it's a lot easier.
Nobody got the Herald. Kanavi didn't actually do anything in that dive. I feel like Kanavi is just not having a good game right now. Even though he got the smite there, maybe he didn't realize he had actually won the smite fight. Or JDG feeling a little bit disjointed in this one.
I'm getting MSC vibes as well, because JDG didn't think. They stopped the play from Suning, and right now what they're trying to do is at least put a plaster over this jungle matchup, and not having that Rift Herald go JDG, and making sure that Suning aren't getting to the point where they can outscale them too quickly before the 2 items for Yagao and Loki can hit.
I love how like he's basically not visited bot lane for the last 20 minutes or so when we're only 10 minutes into the game. He's been absolutely everywhere on the map so far, but it is JDG who won out the fight in the end, and you can see on the replay, everyone left the Herald. They all went to go for the fight. Kanavi could have just stepped on over, but unfortunately,
Kanavi has been put behind all game, has been pressured by SOFM, and finally he gets some action where he's actually winning, and you just get that bloodlust. You know, you get that moment of revenge, and you end up missing.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure that that's a good reason to not go for the Herald, especially if you're the spring
I never
champions.
said it was a good reason.
I don't know.
I just said it's a reason.
Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. Smartest team in the LPL. Not picking up the Herald that you won when no one's contesting it ain't the smartest play.
That is fair. I can't argue with that logic. However, JDG are going to stop for that misplay around the other objective. And with this play for SOFM being towards the top side of the map, I think we'll just see the same play as what we saw from Orangey. Just clear the top side. Don't even try.
And he's already taken 3 turret plates. That's without a Herald, by the way, because the Herald didn't exist. So Bin is just miles ahead of Zoom in these top lane somehow. Let's bear in mind, all through spring, best top laner in the LPL.
Zoom.
Zoom was, sorry, yeah. Bin is now contesting for that. And he's on Suning. Bin, in spring, everyone was saying he was terrible.
Well, everyone does cheer for the Rebels, and it looks like we're trying to see it. Bin can in Zoom, and so far been looking good, especially in a matchup where Zoom should be winning. This has been doing a lot of work, and now getting to the point, especially when he starts to get towards the likes of that Triforce, that he will outscale Zoom, and it's not like JDG can play particularly heavily.
Zoom going to be struggling here, and that's one of the issues, right? Emperor Palpatine, the reason he was so successful, he's going around him to help him out. That's not really been happening in the top lane. Zoom's been all on his own.
Yeah, look, I'm real sorry. I actually did prep for this. A little bit behind on how I can follow up on this banter, to be honest.
I mean, to be fair, it's been a while since I watched him, but I watched him so many times that it's, you know,
it's ingrained.
It's part of who I am now. I'm just trying to figure out who Anakin is in all of this. Oh wait, that was Morgan. Yeah. Anakin is.
Alert. God.
I mean, if you've not watched Star Wars, like, I mean, if you've not watched Star Wars, first off, you're a Zoomer, and second off, like, you probably have not made it through your entire life without seeing any spoilers.
Either way, though, Suning still trying to put the pressure down here. Angel hasn't quite been able to get the impact we were hoping for from this Twisted Fate, but definitely we'll start to see it now more. So look at what he's running as a secondary tree. Could just go for this Demolish, you know, the bone plating Demolish build, going for the Resolve, and
Hi, in the mid lane, there's nothing you can do to get away from that one. And well, I guess we found their win condition, right? Just jump on in with a Yuumi. Oh, SOFM could be in trouble here, because Yagao doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon. Paddlestar, ooh, that trouble bubble.
Dragon will now be picked up by JDG here as well off the back of that play, and we did find out that Angel is not running that Resolve tree as secondary because the bone play split push demolish Twisted Fate we're looking at. Instead, Angel will be looking to get into these fights, just like this.
SOFM's in trying to get the smite fight, but he smited way too early on that one, and it means now the team fight going the way of JDG. So Bin looking to be the impact player right now. Kanavi flashes out of the pit, but in comes Angel to answer for the gank in the mid lane. Has to go golden immediately. Zoom escaping though. It's going to be the Tempered Fate. Zoom left on his own and will be cut on down by SOFM.
And that was a fantastic play by Suni. JDG want to try and use that range, but if they're all boiled down in the pit, it makes it so much easier for Suni to get on top of them, give access for Huanfeng and SOF with those gold cards to set up alongside Bin.
And now we're going to see Suning. They're the ones that are going to be able to go for this Herald off the back of this fight. They know that, and they're even, look at that, they picked it up. They're actually going to use the Herald. This is genius.
Whoa, we don't accidentally time that, but it's a step in the right direction, and that is exactly what we're seeing from Suni coming into this, because if you wouldn't have contested JDG at all, they would have just fallen behind when it came to the early game. JDG would have dictated the pace from start to finish, but Suni are coming out with SOFM looking fantastic on this. Graves getting control of the game, Bin beating out Zoom in this top lane as well. Coming into summer.
I don't know what happened to Bin during the off-season. I don't know what kind of supplements he's taken, honestly, because the guy, he's changed every... That took me a few seconds to get that one, but that's hilarious. He looks like a completely different top laner, and he is dominating right now on this Wukong. And the Wukong pick has been really the key to all of this success. He's looked great on the Renekton, looked pretty good on the Aatrox as well, but ultimately this Wukong...
Beauty of Suni, if they can keep this advantage rolling for themselves, the 2,000 gold lead they picked up, well, that's where you can have Angel push in this bottom side of the map. You can have Bin and try to make plays then with the Destiny, with the teleports. It becomes so much easier for Suni to enact their own game plan onto the JDG line.
Blue just going to be taken here by Yagao. Now we have to see what JDG wants to try and do next. Where are they going to try play in the mid lane, where Kanavi just blasts in onto Angel with Lumao on his shoulder, with Yagao there to follow up as well. But it feels like that situation where you catch one person out.
Well, might be catching one person out now as I'm watching Sword Art trying to sneak in towards this top side onto Zoom.
Zoom does have his Dominus though. This is not the easiest, although you can just remove the tower from the equation. This is a bar, let's remember.
But the big thing here though is that Suning are getting control of this top side jungle.
They did it! They've done it! They dropped the Herald for the first time this game.
The thing here though is Suning aren't using the Destiny advantage to try and keep pressure on this bottom side while this play happens, so it will be the turret answered on the bottom side while they're going for this play in mid.
Of Suning. When you're the first ones to take the turret, you do still get to kind of trade evenly when it comes to towers, and you still end up ahead as they're going to be taking the second one. We'll see if that will be the case as Suning. They've only got one remaining. It's down in this bottom lane.
Angel looking to opt towards that Lich Bane build as well. Has got the Aether Wisp in his pocket, so it means he'll be trying to work his way through these towers and have a bit more oomph in his auto attacks when it comes to these team fights. But Suning so far, game, especially when it comes to keeping the pressure up on JDG, getting down this mid lane turret makes it easier for them to take the bottom lane turret. Getting this vision so then Bin can play a really strong play from Suning.
Fantastic stuff, and the only slight issue that they've had so far is Angel in this mid lane, right? He's 0 and 2 right now on the Twisted Fate, but ultimately lane strength, and it is one of these champions that when your summoners are on cooldown, you're going to be punished, especially by a Jarvan. That's exactly what we've seen.
Does have the Unsealed Spellbook though to help with that a little. Now that he's opting in towards the split push, he doesn't have to worry as much about Kanavi coming down to visit him, because in theory the rest of Suning will be putting pressure elsewhere. And
I love how Zoom went in full autopilot there. He actually pathed around from the trouble bubble, even though it was Gao's trouble bubble, but it's just like ingrained in the way that you play. You do not step on the trouble bubble. Here we go, Dragon now going to be started up by JDG. Sword Art is here, but realistically,
Suning are looking to scale still.
Look at the top lane.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've got Bin that's up here working around the turret, but think about it. You want this Aphelios that you want to wait until Graves has the... Well, he's actually going for the lethality build, so you're fine to just hang on and wait for Bin to outscale on the side line and then fight for this third Dragon instead.
Here we go, SOFM has made his way onto Yagao. Kanavi tries to get a knock, but won't actually find it. Tempered feels in trouble, but here comes Bin from the back line. Kanavi using a stopwatch knock up onto everyone, and down goes the jungler. Zoom trying to make his way into the fight, but he's too late to the party. Stuff from Suning.
Great pick from Suning. Don't get the Dragon, but they get the tower. They're getting the kills. They're getting more gold funneled into their team, and that's all they want to do right now. So Suning looking absolutely splendid, whereas JDG have looked completely out of sorts in this game.
And you know what? It was Luke Skywalker that was leading the Rebel. Revenge of the Jedi? Return of the Jedi. And it's going to be Bin in this team fight as well that manages to turn things around for them.
The ultimate from Sword Art missed because Bin has got the perfect position. Knowing that he's coming in earlier on, Sword Art had moved in. He got the vision control on that top side. Nobody had visited there from JDG, so Bin gets the perfect spot, gets the said those items starting to come through, and JDG, when we look at the way they were successful in Spring, was through dominant and supporting Kanavi in any sort of endeavor he went to. This time around, they're not able to support him as well.
And now is Zoom in the top lane, and it's actually going to be Sword Art zooming with the Shurelliers, and he'll grab himself a kill as well, where he's just going to continue to push all day long.
And he's able to just keep going, because, well, Zoom's dead. You now are going to pull together underneath this mid wave, which means that bottom turret is now going to go towards Suning as well, and this 4K gold lead is very quickly starting to get out of hand.
And look at the CS differences. In the side lanes is about even, but when you come to that jungle matchup, it's well and truly in favor of SOFM. He's 2-0-2. Well, he is massive in the jungle. The tier 1 has finally gone down in the bottom lane as well. And Dagda, we're watching the Spring champions right now be thoroughly dismantled by Suning.
I don't know what to tell you. Damn good. And it comes back to SOFM stepping up on this Graves pick. One of the question marks for, because SOFM, when he was on like Sejuani's and Jarvan's, wasn't quite able to find the engages that I really needed him to do. Didn't have the confidence to go for those plays and allow Huanfeng and Angel to be the carries for these more carry-orientated junglers. And Bin is taking on the mantle alongside Sword Art Engage. They look far better.
Trouble bubble just about goes wide, but that was a little bit close for SOFM. Baron is on the map, on the side of Suning. They can rush this if they really want to. They're 5,000 gold up as well.
They don't need to. You got Twisted Fate free pushing in the top lane. Bin has now outscaled the Renekton in the bottom side of the matchup. So overall, I mean, look at the confidence from SOFM. He's just walking straight into Kanavi's
red buff. Kanavi actually had to smite that one away at the end, but literally walked up. Kanavi is right there, ignores him completely. He's like, I'm going to take this red buff.
That's the bold move. That's the confidence play, and you just got to love the arrogance, because Kanavi knows he can't do very much, manages to get the smite, but still, it's Suning taking over the jungle, struggling to find any sort of answer.
Honestly, if you told me back in spring or back in finals that Series of Summer wouldn't be able to do anything on the map, I'd have called you a nutter. But that is exactly what we're seeing here. And Esso, that I was expecting to be the one to challenge Kanavi in this way.
I mean, I don't know. SOFM coming across from Ben LNG stepping up now. Every team is stepping up, and Loki can now force the flash.
That was real close from the Tempered Fate then. Dragon up in 5 seconds here, and Suning have decided now that this is an objective that they want to contest for. They want to be a part of this one. You see Angel up in the top side of the map right now. He's going to have that Destiny available to contest for this one, but Bin is here with the Cyclone available. Teleport now to be able to pull this one off. SOFM gets the smite though before the fight kicks off, and now Kanavi is low. Everybody here from Suning collapsing. They're desperately trying to get on so low, but Zoom tanking up a lot of this damage.
JDG are on the wrong side of the map though. Now Suning cannot be unaware or collapse on them.
We'll see what the option is going to build in that flanking position, right? Desperate to do something. Bin goes in. He doesn't have Cyclone. Forced to flash now. Tries to follow up, but it's just going to be a kill. He's 1v3 right now, and he just doesn't have the damage. Zoom shuts him down. Sword Art tries to escape, and now Angel just about gets away as well. JDG turning this game on its head. Sword Art desperately running away, but now he's the one on the wrong side of the map. Sword Art's going to go down, and JDG find themselves the fight.
It's a disaster from Suning. Rather than taking the bird in the bush, pushing up mid lane, starting to put pressure onto this tier 2 tower, they get greedy. They try to finish off JDG so they can turn towards the Baron, but it all goes disastrously. Bin dying, so for what he expects here.
I don't know why. I just don't know. He went in 1v4. Oh, we go in 1v4? Hey, I could do that. Yeah. Goes in 1v4.
And especially when Huanfeng misses that Moonlight Vigil at the start of that, well, meant there was so little damage left on the Suning roster. Maybe if that Moonlight Vigil does land, you've got all the damage with the Infernum spreading throughout everyone, and maybe, just maybe, you can make that play work, but down all your summoner spells on the Cephalios. Sword Art doesn't have anything either. This JDG play becomes so much more potent. We're onto the carries of Suning.
I'm going to chalk this one down to the Spring Champs, and I think they may be bit off a little more than they could chew. They thought that they could push their advantage even further. Doesn't work out, but they are still in the lead right now. Unfortunately for them, though, that is a big gold swing in favor of JDG.
It is, but Suning control this side lane. You're going to have Huanfeng who'll outscale Loken as well. SOFM is going to beat out Kanavi, so it's not the end of the world. It's just going to put a little bit of a bump in the road for make mistakes like that.
It's going to be Bin recalling there. As soon as the vision is lost on the rest of JDG, these side laners from Suning have to be careful. They have to respect the fact that the collapse could come on through from anyone on JDG. Try and punish them for over. Pretty much have to focus on Bin in that scenario, because if you try and go on Angel, he's just going to use that Destiny and escape.
Yeah, and that's the big issue. Suning now looking confident in these side lanes. This is the way I imagine that they're going to keep playing. This is pushing on their favor, and then having Sword Art kind of play this in-between role where he can teeter between the top and the bottom side of the map, keep people safe, or even set up for plays with that Temper Fate.
I'm curious if we do see Tempered Fate here, whether we do see Suning pushing their front foot forward, or whether we just see them continuing this kind of 1-3-1 style and just trying to win via map control rather than actually forcing a fight.
More about Sword Art being that extra man. It's a way you can play a lot of it's a way actually it used to be played for like the likes of Rengar and stuff, but it's more important here for the Bard just to play off to the side lane, so then you keep people in check. So say you have Kanavi and Zoom suddenly jumping on to pick off one, possibly two of them, give time for Bin to escape, or like he's very strong right now with that dead stance completed.
Oh, he's real strong. Tempered Fate onto Kanavi. He's dipped off of the Jarvan. Kanavi is real tanky though. That's going to be a Cataclysm coming on in. There's no follow-up though. Lumao barely gets away with his own life.
Do step away from JDG here.
Whew. Oh, that trouble bubble. It lands onto Huanfeng. But there's no follow-up. Loken's in trouble though. Cyclone comes in. Has so many flashes. So follow-up. They try and find more. This is the game plan now for JDG. Chase down and shut down Angel the target. He's got his gold card procced, but he runs out at the worst possible moment. And Loken finds another. SOFM does get the dragon in the end. It was Hwanfeng to finish it off. But now the pings go down to Baron.
But this is disastrous from Suning. They haven't realized that they don't need to kill JDG to beat JDG. It's all about getting these turrets down, getting more pressure on the map, and unfortunately trying to get onto Loken with the disengage from the Yuumi, with the heals from Yuumi, as well as the flashes, dashes, everything from Loken, means they can't go get the kill, overextend, and give JDG the Baron.
This is going to be Baron going their way. And the big question will be, what can they do with it? But also, when you look at the gold right now, that Baron has evened things up. We're dead even on the scoreboard. And suddenly these Infernal Drakes become a much bigger deal.
And it's heartbreaking for Suning because they look so good to begin with, but not just realizing we can finish out this game by just playing through side lanes, not needing to fight, not needing to toss the coin in the air and figure out which way it's going to land. And JDG have been playing these fights very well, which is giving them the opportunity to come back.
I have to criticize Angel a little bit here as well in this game. 0-3 and 4 on the Twisted Fate. Didn't have a fun time of it during the laning phase, and I was willing to chalk that up to, you know, Twisted Fate, not the strongest laner in the world. He did get ganked quite a lot when his flash was on cooldown. But now that we're getting to the point in the game where Twisted Fate is meant to be at his strongest, he's struggling to have an impact.
I think that's mostly from the calls from Suning, though. I mean, you just want Twisted Fate off in the side lane, or maybe if you can make these fights work, but every fight has gone in favor of JDG, and now SOFM
needs to use this quick draw effectively if Kanavi does commit. SOFM is not afraid of Kanavi this game. Every single time. Oh, it is Kanavi that gets the red buff there, but every single time they meet, SOFM steps forward instead of back.
Bin should not be backing right now. He can still put pressure here. They've eyes on every member of JDG, and look how low that top lane inhibitor turret is.
Yeah, he doesn't have teleport, and I think he's basically just saying, look, I need to be here for the fight, deciding that the fight is more important than the inhibitor.
Well, they're not going to be able to hold on to this turret anyway, so it's JDG now picking up the turrets for free. You do have SOFM in a decent position to try and get this flank off, but here we go.
Cyclone comes on in. Loken over the wall, though. They can't really fully commit to this fight. Now the Cataclysm goes in. Angel's caught out once again and zoom them down, and Hwanfeng trying to escape. Suning, it looked so good at the start of the game. It looked like this was the game for them, but now they're just being chased down and torn apart by the side of JDG. JDG have found their groove once again, and into the mid lane they go.
And they'll be able to finish off the game off of this, what was looking like a definite Suning victory. JDG cause of defeat. And we'll find victory in game 1.
Phenomenal stuff coming out from JDG, and you know, this is why they won the spring finals. This is why team in the LPL. Damage out of Hwanfeng. It's not quite enough. Good effort from him, but ultimately 13-5 and a win so far behind the entire game.
And I was wondering what way this game was going to go. Was it going to be an LNG victory, like going to be Rogue Warriors versus Top Esports? And unfortunately, it was the latter that we got in this game. I don't understand though. Suning they were able to play towards side lanes, outscale and win in that respect, but they decided not to play towards that. Instead, looking for these fights over and over, giving JDG the option to fight against them, get the JDG wanted.
And depressingly, I feel like I have to criticize Bin here, because as you rightly say, had an opportunity to try and force the inhibitor in the top lane, try and force. A lot of times where he recalled, I feel like a little too safely in the bottom side of the JDG could collapse to him. And obviously, we have the vision of both teams, right? We can see what's happening, but no.
The thing was, like, you've great wave clear on Suning's side between the Graves and between that and even the Twisted Fate. It's not like you're struggling to try and clear these waves. So if you JDG, you just keep clearing waves, and they're going to be forced to deal with Bin eventually. But Bin doesn't call the bluff. He backs away, gives JDG. It was a Suning game to throw. They threw.
And it's frustrating as well, because Suning, one of the biggest criticisms of them in spring was that they were a one-dimensional team, right? They had one way of winning the game, and if that didn't work out, they were kind of doomed. And it feels like maybe Bin is a bit of a one-dimensional top laner, because he just wants to fight. Clone didn't want to be in the side lanes, and when you're running this Twisted Fate composition, that doesn't feel like the way to victory.
And we called it in that draft. It was like, okay, you either just wait to super outscale with the Aphelios, with your Graves, with Bin, or you just play side lanes. And playing side lanes was the way to play this. This is the way they could have won out. But either way, we still got to give some praise to Suning, because they played that early game very well. SOFM looked super strong in the jungle, and JDG, for what a team we expected to come out swinging and take over against teams, this was not an impressive performance from JDG.
No, not especially Kanavi, especially in the early game. I mean, obviously there was a lot of jungle bans, there was a lot of things taken away from him, but we've seen his Jarvan before. It's not like he doesn't play Jarvan, and really, SOFM, I think a lot of the praise needs to go towards him as well for especially in the early stages of the game. And it felt like this was not a matter of necessarily mechanical mistakes, although there was one fight from where there was a lot of mechanical mistakes from Suning. But outside of that, this felt like a shot calling issue from Suning. This felt like this was a one game for them, and then the decision making just wasn't there.
Yeah, all they had to do was just, dot the I's, cross the T's, put the bow on the whole gift that JDG had given them in that early game, and unfortunately they weren't able to do so. It just ended up working out that in trying to get these fights, they gave up the advantages that they have in just beating you out solo laner v solo laner, especially with how well Bin performed in the early game. You are coming out 20-30 CS ahead in lane. And even you talked about all the turret plates he'd managed to pick up too. I mean, it's heartbreaking for Suning, because it really looked like maybe this was it. Maybe we'd started to see the growth, and especially Suning, who have, at least for the last 3 years in spring, but made it to playoffs in summer. I was like, I could see the buff, I could see the magic, and never came out.
Yeah, unfortunate game number 1, but this is a best of 3. It's time to go back to the drawing board, maybe change the composition, maybe go for something where you can team fight against JDG, because clearly Suning is not, I mean, clearly Bin wants to team fight. Clearly that is the game plan that they should be going for, so maybe set up for that style. Go for the Jarvan yourselves, go in those team fights like the Syndra or something. Yeah, we'll see how the draft is going to change going into game number 2, but JDG, it has to be said, they're the kings when it comes going. They realize that they're not going to be under pressure from Suning, and they can just execute on finding these picks, forcing the fight onto the 3-man and the 1-3-1.
And I think this is where JDG, at least coming into game number, okay, we can't be giving over this Graves pick. We don't have an answer for it when Trundle's banned, when you've got rid of the Olaf as well, that was clearly looking to be paired with this Yuumi. The game just runs away from them. So coming back in, we said how reliant this team was on Kanavi, on their jungler, or else JDG are going to look like they did in that early to mid game.
We'll see if they get those tools in the next draft. We're going to jump into a quick break. We'll find out if Suning can a JDG 2-0. Find out right after this.
他真的放着大好的野区他都不刷，这波就是要硬
可以看到了，
看一下海克斯闪，这波有变异勾，又是勾到了 Mark， 这波能杀吗
？Mark 有闪现，哎，直接秒掉了。
哎，我们看一下能逮谁宽吗？
看西野什么时候开大？
宽吗有轻易
判到了。
但是
还是有进化，
但后续再跟上来一个精灵球的击飞牢，转头再反攻。但问题是，好像是应该是一个干锅吧，帮忙解了控制之后，这边直接一个大波克撤退，可是伤害已经完全不够了，3杀的 EZ，
大家要被一波带走啊，带着大龙 buff。大都消掉了，
是。 但这边一个筒子炸到2个人，对，小东北这个位置很差，其实这边攻上去一个人中摆摆坏。 但是旁边救赎掉了一口，小东北没有一个全量的一个劣势，而微微这边已经倒地，而艾克滑起来了，Sam 在旁边直接收掉对方的奥拉夫，在正面的话，同样马克也已经拿到一个3杀，而这边 biu biu 闪这种一口，
技术归手中。
这边的阵型后面有个 TP 下来 ，TP 应该是来自于 biu biu 的这个位置，正面 biu biu 可能要被先打，这边 icon 进去闪现踩，闪现 icon 直接秒掉了小东北，哇，千军万马之间直接取掉了上将手机，而且 biu biu
拿下来了，
说瓦龙最终是被这边拔毛 Sam 的拿下了，但 Sam 的还在想办法输出，尽力闪现上场。
感觉整体会是有一点劣势哎。
怎么这波？ 又要抓，可是这一波 biu biu， 哇，这波 biu biu 直接回头，哇，一口咬死了，看金身躲掉2个大招，天崩地裂跟旁边的精准大步全部都躲掉了，岳父再闪现上这一口，天哪，这就是凤雏吗？
我有人都得死。
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high and the moonlight. Ooh, now come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Maria is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. We're in game number 2 now between JDG and Suning. And it's a heartbreaking defeat for Suning in game number 1 as they were so close to it all working against the spring champions. Then JDG woke up halfway through the game. My name is Munchballs, this is Dagda. I mean, we could talk about what JDG did right, but I feel like this is much more about what Suning did wrong.
It definitely is, and it was Suning's game to lose, and it's exactly what happened. Just all they had to do was use the Twist of Fate, play through bit in the side lane. You can just push through, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. And now it's JDG coming in 1 game up at least in this series.
And I mean, you can't take anything away from JDG. If you're not going to play to yours, we're just going to team fight you and we're going to win it out. And do you know who was the leader in all of that? It was Yagao in the mid lane, managing to make things happen on the Zoe. Lots of really good trouble bubbles, especially towards the later stage. UP for game number 1. Just a great performance coming out from him. 5-0 and 6 and 30% of the damage as well.
And I felt like he was the consistent part of this roster in the game, because You can see Zoom falling behind topside. Kanavi with Graves wasn't able to get into this, and he had some really good setups in this game for the long range. And it looks like Yagao is back on form, at least coming into some.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, and this Zoe pick working out for him as well. They might finish that kill off. And Huanfeng, I mean, that one was less about Yagao. That was more about Huanfeng, just maybe overstepping slightly. If he'd had the right weapons, that could have been a highlight reel.
It could have been, and if he'd hit the Moonlight Vigil, but he didn't. Still, though, it's always a pleasure to see Yagao back onto his Zoe.
Look,
such a great pick for the JDG mid lane.
All I'm saying is, if Huanfeng still had his mullet, maybe that play could happen.
The photo of him I saw at least used again, but we're not gonna. I want to get to see if we can.
He'll come up on the screen. In
that's
been
on
on
your
got
screen
a lot
anyway,
of hair. I think at this point. Wait, enough about Huanfeng's hair. Let's talk about what Suni need to do here.
I can't. It doesn't look very long.
Yeah,
He's just
moving away from the mullet. Let's talk about the draft here, because Suning, I feel like this draft theoretically execute.
From Suning's perspective, it was kind of already. He just kind of played through side lanes. You wait to scale, and the early stages to just put the pressure on. If JDG got to 2 items and they couldn't find their lead, they were going to end up falling behind. So I think coming into this, if I'm on JDG side, I bear on blue side here, or I ban it away and don't even worry about it.
Yeah, the more I just didn't. They just didn't choose to go for that game plan.
They didn't do it. So
they didn't read the rule books on that one. Twisted Fate and the Varus obviously is these days.
Yeah, I mean the Varus, the Kalista seem to be both of the go-tos right now. I potentially see Suning banning away the Graves, if not that first pick. Just don't give it back over to SFM. He looks so good on that.
See there, I think it was Loken cleaning his glasses, because he's just like, did I really just see us win that game, the early game? Just making sure he gets rid of all of the smudges that were the start of game number 1. And get ready for game number 2. He's going to be on the
Ezreal taken for Loken, so again we could see Lumao potentially go for these heavy roaming style champions. Like to SFM though is going to be delighted that he gets his hands on this Graves, and I think as well taking an AD carry here for Huanfeng in the bottom and go towards that style again could work out very well for Suni.
We'll have to wait and see here. And it's going to be Angel taking away this LeBlanc. This is something that Yagao on. Was his win streak was ruined though at MSC.
It was. Yeah, you go 12-1 now on that champion, but it will be Angel piloting that, and I think from Angel it's very much going to be a case of, okay, we want to get into your face, going back towards the likes of the Wukongs, the Renekton's, the Aatroxes, going for these mid-game spiking champions, and Huanfeng as well looking to deal that down.
In for Kanavi, a bit more of an aggressive pick, and I'm hoping that JDG draft a composition that is a little bit more this kind of style, where they can go in, they can make things happen, they can be a bit more proactive in the early. I feel like they were able to do much to dictate the game early on. They're going to go for this Lissandra, bit of a neutral mid lane.
Yeah, and it does give you a little bit more control, especially against the shorter range that you have from the likes of the Graves. It's really been a nuisance for this Aphelios, so I think overall so far JDG looking like they've a decent answer for what Suning are trying to go for here.
We'll have to see in the second half of the ban phase and the pick phase what the answer is going to be in the end, but a lot of power picks locked in alongside the LeBlanc and the Graves. This is feeling like a strong mid-game composition once again. This seems to be dominant in the LPL right now.
Definitely is, but at least for Suning you do have better scaling on your side, with Aphelios eventually getting towards those later points. The LeBlanc will be able to deal fairly well with this people when she does get to those 4 items, and Graves as well will do wonders in those later stage team fights. So we're looking to see now how JDG want to try and broach this? Do they look towards, as you can see, the Aatrox, maybe a Renekton ban towards Bin as well? On the opposite, he supports Yuumi gone. Potentially the Bard would be the next one here if they want to just make sure they're getting rid of anything Lu Mao can have these big ultimates on.
It's going to be the Karma taken off the board as well. Karma's something that we've not seen a ton of in terms of the hands towards the Karma here. It's kind of a weird one where a lot of people are scared of it. Not that many people are confident enough to actually play with it.
I was talking to Lyric about it actually kind of going, hey look, why is this a pick that's starting to come in more? And Teamsley just said, well, someone else started playing it, so we all started playing it and realized it was pretty decent. So it hasn't been like buffs or nerfs or anything. It's just been like, oh well, everyone else is kind of doing it, so we picked it up as well.
I mean, that kind of feels similar to the Hecarim that we've seen a little bit in the top lane, right? Obviously there was a buff match prior to that buff, and it does just seem pretty strong. It seems like the meta is leaning towards it, but as we go through the bans here, moved away from that top lane. We'll see where Bin wants to go. With the Wukong available still, he actually opts into the Renekton.
I would love to see Zoom go. You make it a horrible time for the likes of Aphelios. You can do good work at keeping the likes of this Graves at bay, the Renekton at bay. I saw him hover the Ornn as well. Does it very perfect here in this scenario.
We'll see if we do get a Pirate in the top lane. I don't think so, though. It looks like they're pretty solid on this Ornn, and understandably so. Zoom.
And the big thing here is now you've set up for JDG to try and keep Suning at arm's distance. You're going to have the Ornn that can make it a bit difficult for Aphelios to enter these fights. Same with the Graves. You've got Lissandra who can either lock up this LeBlanc. So now you're buying this space for the likes of the Ezreal to do work, and oh, there we go. The set is well going to be going down for Lu Mao, and perfectly for JDG to absorb this pressure in the mid game from Suning with their composition and then fight back afterwards.
The only minor issue I can see with JDG's composition is they don't have a ton of damage with the Lissandra in the mid lane, and with this S build does do a good chunk, but it's not much of a front line on the side of Suning either, so I don't imagine that to this Bard once again. We'll have to see how these compositions are going to match up once we get onto the Rift. Talk to me a little bit about the win conditions here,
well,
Vector.
You hit the nail on the head there, Munch, where once JDG really going to struggle, because, well, look, Graves is going to be able to outscale Aphelios without scale as well, and then the damage from Lissandra, from the Ezreal are going to start to fall off. So they will be helped a little bit by this Ornn, who can at least help with the overall. Suning are going to be trying to wait until those later stages where they can find their own scaling to take over. But JDG have shown how prolific they are in these team fights, where they're able to just outpace for Suning coming into this to try and deal with the move back ability and the keep at arm's length that JDG have gone for here.
We'll see if JDG are going to be able to keep them at arm's length, if they're going to be able to keep themselves safe in these fights, because Suning, it's on them to make things happen. It worked out for them, at least for a good portion of game number one. The question will be, can they do it consistently? Then can they keep it?
My biggest concern is for Bin in this game. I think this Renekton is to have a big impact. Renekton likes when team fights are either going to be so he can get all his burst combo off and have an entrance into these. Lissandra who can poke from range and slow him down. Ezreal who's going to be kiting back. You've got to get through this front line of an Ornn and a set. It makes it really difficult for Bin to have these.
Bin is going to be able to make it happen anyway up in the top side of the map. He's against Zoom, arguably the best top lane in the LPL here between Suning and JDG. Suning started this final hurdle as JDG took game number one. Now JDG, they've got the momentum. They might be.
Everyone's kind of hovering around this mid lane, but I don't expect anything to really kick off just yet. So looking
It's like watching an Earth game.
Yeah.
Everyone just stacks up in the mid lane and just not actually going to happen.
My favorite is when everyone dies and then it's like, all right, round 2, you got me last time.
You look at the clock and it's like 4.5 minute brawls just gone on. But anyway, this isn't actually Earth, just to clarify. Anyone watching at home, this isn't Earth. I know that's surprising in a professional league, but he's starting off on the bottom side right here as SOFM. I'm going to start leashless on the top side, but JDG know all about it because of that ward.
And this is all the information that JDG really needs. So we can, in these early stages, the Lee Sin here in this situation is about trying to get some early pressure off towards the lanes, but as we get towards the actual team fights, it's using that kick for the how big of an impact Kanavi can have in the early stages of the game. Playing towards this top side, I would imagine he's going to try and make plays towards the mid lane and set Angel behind, because a LeBlanc that's behind isn't going to do very much in these fights.
That's one of my big questions, honestly, because Kanavi, especially in the early game of game number 1, had this Graves and he ran amok in the jungle. We'll see if SOFM is going to be able to make that happen once again. This time, they know exactly where he is in this early stage. The ward has just died, but they had vision of this.
Well, you can kind of see what SOFM is going to go for with this full clear. I doubt he's going to try and make too many plays down towards the bottom side of the map. But again, it's trying to use the pressure that Bin can create on the top side. Not so much what Hwanfeng and Sword Art.
We said we wanted to see him make things happen.
Ooh.
Bin gets a really nice trade, but Zoom, all he needed to do was weaken this Renekton. Bin realizes now he's in a Sonic Wave, is there with a Volcanic Rupture. Zoom grabs a kill.
It's looking a little bit dicey with the damage Zoom had taken, but it is first blood over towards Kanavi, and again is trying to put these laners from Suning behind so that then we'll fight at that 20 to 25 minute mark. They're in a much better spot.
SOFM wants a 1v1 in the jungle. He wants to answer for the death of his top laner, and he forced away here on the Lee Sin. Q's over to the Wolves, but he's low actually, and he's been slowed down. Angel can't quite connect the chains, but it is going to mean he gets a lot of the jungle. Now fighting the bottom lane as well. Hull has that Severum to heal himself up. Loken trying to finish off, trying to get a little bit more damage in. It's not going to happen.
Trade is going to go in favor of Loken and Lumel, though. You've got that set passive to heal Lumel back up in a way there for Loken, so he's now going to end up with the healing advantage and be able to give the option for Kanavi to get this scuttle on the bottom side, which
SOFM really wants to make a play happen in this mid lane. Angel steps forward, Chains goes wide again. Time here on the LeBlanc, and he's out of mana. Yagao going to get the root down onto SOFM. I don't know about stepping forward though. Has the aftershock, so he knows he's pretty safe.
There as well, try and go for the numbers advantage play, but now realize, okay, look, with Sword Art here, we don't want to take this fight anymore. And SOFM once again taking control of this jungle matchup.
And Angel going to be here just trying to force this mid lane in, trying to get it to reset for themselves, but with a TP from Yagao, that's not going to happen. Actually in a pretty poor position from Angel's perspective.
Well, Angel can TP back as well, but Kanavi has been spotted. Sword Art here to help.
Kanavi. Flash available, but I don't know if Flash is going to be able to save you here. Sword Art's looking to finish the kill. One more auto. SOFM flashes for it. Lumao now in trouble. You got commit to the fight. Bin moving his way over as well. Suning owns both halves of the jungle at this point.
I am so great. Graves' pick is going to be a must ban against Suning because his confidence on this champion has been next to none. Controlling this early game jungle every single time.
And Sword Art as well. Sword Art on this Bard has been part of almost every roam around the map, and Hwanfeng is happy to just sit and farm.
Especially against an Ezreal.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to have this game, which is why Sword Art has gone for this Bard and why we're starting to see this pick come in so much.
Bin could be in trouble here. Zoom knows how the damage is massive. One or two more autos will do the job, and Bellow's breath burns him down.
Welcome to Ornn. He could do everything, including... It was the level advantage. Zoom had hit that level 6 because Bin had gone for a few of these moves.
Sword comes into the mid lane. And obviously there's no follow-up available. Angel had everything on cooldown, but I got excited anyway. I thought they were going to try and make some. We know him for his own. He's now 2 levels up in the top lane.
And this is where Zoom is most comfortable. On these engaged champions, I mean, all the clips we pretty much took for Zoom in highlights has been him. He's finding great fights for JDG, and now he's looking confident in this top lane. Getting the Bramble Vest really sucks for Bin, because trade is effectively Lumao going for a trade of his own.
Won the jungle. Loken jumps forward to finish it.
This is why Sett has become a support, because everyone's now realized, wait, even if he doesn't have items, Sett's kit is just giving so much.
My brain is breaking right now, because SOFM can confidently 1v1 Elise Sin, but he can't 1v1 the support of the enemy team. He has to flash away and still goes down.
And what's wrong with that? Sorry, I'm misunderstanding.
That's a problem, Dag. That's it. Gets the Haymaker off. He's actually pretty low, though. Heals come out from both sides. And that is going to disengage the fight.
Yeah, neither one wanted to take that. Two still surprisingly able to get the heal out of Juan Fong, but now you're looking at level 6 hit by Loken, hit his own level 6, trying to see if he can make plays across the map, but SOFM once again getting into Kanavi's jungle and making his life a living hell.
JDG are ahead right now when it comes to the gold lead, but it is only a minuscule gold lead at this stage in the game, and realistically when you look at the carry items, except for Lumao, who just wants to fight in the bottom lane, but that's exactly what you expect from a Sett.
Kanavi's potentially looking at this dragon now to try and get some pressure down from with the help of investing this time as Kanavi to kill the dragon. Means you're not getting these camps. Graves is continuing to farm, and one dragon are going across to really Kanavi needs to start farming up, which is why instead they're going for this aggressive invade to try and even out how quickly SOFM is clearing out these camps.
It's going to be the blue buff move in towards the bottom side of the jungle and potentially set up a dive onto Juan Fong, who's feeling very lonely. Sword moves his way back on over, and Angel's here to collapse as well. Nicely. Pressure coming out from JDG.
And now SOFM is on the bottom side of the map. He's going to be able to address any sort of dragon play that happens. He's only lost the blue buff, but he picked up the blue, so he's totally fine now, and a 20 CS lead and the level advantage because Kanavi's been wasting this time.
Really, really good stuff. And now on towards the dragon as well. Suning going to be able to keep their front foot forward here. And get only Ocean Drake in the game for that matter, because it's the first Drake. Has been continues to lose these trades, not like this Bin. We've been complimenting you. You were meant to be the chosen one. You were meant to bring balance to the Force. Forced to flash. Barely gets away with his life. Emperor Palpatine is too strong.
I thought the Bin, but now it just looks like a repeat of Bin versus the Shy.
Yeah, I don't know. Bin is really struggling. He's an expert in this match. Right, he's already got the Bramble Vest as well, but it's a matter of Bin kind of disrespecting the amount of damage Zoom can do.
Kanavi, because of the pressure Zoom has got on the top side, will be able to get this Rift Herald, and now it needs the bottom lane. Loken is the consistent damage on this team, apart from, well, Ornn, because Ornn. But I think it's the goal of JDG and making sure they've got this carry that can actually work for them in this game.
In they go. Angel starting this fight off, trying to get on with the damage, but the Haymaker comes through to save him. Collateral damage held onto. And I think SOFM, he was desperate to try and just burst down before the Haymaker could happen.
You're not going to be able to do so, though. Unfortunately, Lumao, pretty damn tough with Sword Art, but SOFM is here in support.
Sword Art ain't scared of this one. He's quite happy. He's got a range advantage. And now Tempered Fate as well. SOFM, bear in mind, he's still got that collateral damage. Even with a Haymaker, he can wait it. Shield wasted.
2-1 on this Graves. Now SOFM is putting in work for Suning, and this actually feels like... Hang on.
Yagao could be in trouble. 2v3, and then they might just find it. SOFM trying to get away. Blastcone just knocks him up in the air, and he ends up going down. Now Sword Art jumps away on a Magic Fire, and Loken is here to try and follow up. Arcane Shift on cooldown, and he's not going to flash for it.
I was about to say this feels like Suning is playing the JDG style against them. Getting in, working with SOFM, Sword Art, but eventually JDG decide, okay, we need to try and help Kanavi in this because otherwise we're going to fall too far behind. They make the play, and unfortunately not a huge amount gained.
And I mean, I love the confidence as well from Yagao, knowing that he's a Lissandra, right? He's not the key damage on the team. He can sacrifice. Zoom on Ornn is taking place in the mid lane somehow.
I think that's the third plate he picked up. Might only be 2, but still, this Ornn is huge. And even going into his kit.
It was 2 in the mid lane. He's got 1 in the top lane as well. So Zoom is massive right now. And Angel does basically nothing with his entire combo. In the meantime, Herald Cash Injection as well. This is very rapidly starting to look pretty great for JDG.
And Loken needs to be the one, as we talked about, getting this Cash Injection. He's the one that has to be the carry. But this is the play here where Ian, especially when you didn't have Loken in a position there to join in, didn't have the late TP coming through from Zoom, wasn't at the start of the play. So it all ended up a little bit messy, and these is a 1-for-1 when all is said and done. Actually, I suppose he got Luma at the end as well, so not quite what JDG were hoping for.
Certainly not. And SOFM going to be able to grab a red. Bear in mind, even though JDG were doing well in tower plates elsewhere on the map, Huanfeng had approximately 4 seconds with the tower, and that means 3.5 plates are going to go his way. So the gold is still just about even on where that gold is sitting for each of these teams.
Yeah, look, a lot of it is going to be sitting on Zoom for JDG, which obviously isn't the person you really... Some of it has gone across to Loken off of the 4 turret plates that are gone in the bottom lane, and if Kanavi wants to try and make a play down towards this bottom side, they can look to funnel more of those turret resources into Loken.
Bot lane turret plate gold is, while Loken has technically taken more turret plates, it's all been shared. Whereas Huanfeng, those 3 turret plates he's taken, he got them by himself, so he's actually ended up with more gold overall.
The big thing though is at the next dragon, it's kind of a little bit messy as to who's going to come out on top. You have Angel, who should be able to, I think, be able to back here and pick up the first item for himself. There you go, the Luden's Echo sign here off of just that single item. You got SOFM off of all this early gold that he's gotten. Really looking strong with the Caulfield's Warhammer picked up as well. Slightly far behind, you've got this massive Ornn on the enemy team. It's really going to come down to execution in this fight as to who's able to get the advantage.
Sword Art jumps down in towards this bottom lane and not last very long. True Shot Barrage. Oh, the stun actually landed there. Calibrum Auto followed up. Gravitum available if he wants to go for a route, but there's no follow-up available because JDG hanging around the side here. And that's the beauty of Bard, right? You can position so aggressively.
Especially when you still got that Tempered Fate as well. So now JDG are looking to start this up, which is fantastic for them because they're looking to collapse on whoever Zoom decides is the target. Suning, not being able to get into a position, will instead trade that dragon for a pretty good call when all is said and done.
Yeah, realistically, there's not really much of a way for them to get on in, and with how massive Zoom is right now, he's not the target. In onto Yagao, ultimate use very early, and Doom as well. He will get away with his Proto Belt in the bottom lane, but all they're trying to do is force this tower right now. SOFM jumps in. Yagao kind of baiting out with the Claw of Death. He's burst on down as well. He drops to start this fight. Teleport now from Bin as well. Lumao barely surviving. SOFM still going strong. Collateral damage as well, and Suning looking great.
They play perfectly around Zoom's teleport. Bin pushing in that top lane. They're able to get the turnaround play off of Bin's teleport towards the bottom side. Coming out looking so strong against JDG in the early game.
Really great stuff coming out from Suning, and this is the second time running as well that they are the ones dictating the pace and answer with a tower in the top lane. But realistically, you'd be expecting JDG to be the ones on top of this.
Yeah, I mean, so once Orange shows in this top lane, that's where Suning go, okay, there's no way they're going to be able to answer for this play. In the second JDG go aggressive, they use the TP, you've got a heap of damage on SOFM, Sword Art, and now they're turning towards this Rift Herald. So this is going to be how they crack open that mid lane turret, and again, start to get vision control in, make it a little bit of jungle, and catch out certain members of JDG.
And when it comes to the fights as well, much easier way to execute, or in fact, a composition that actually wants to fight this time around. You've got that FLH, you've got all of Blanc, you've got the Graves that's going to be able to get in there, but all these skirmishers wants to be in the middle of everything. And immediately, Suning grab the Herald, move it in towards the finish off the turret by itself, though. Huanfeng steps on forward alongside Angel.
They're actually making moves down towards the bottom lane to see if they could pick up the turret and Loken as an extra prize as well, but Loken does back away there, so they're not going to go the full way down to commit to the bottom side of the map. But now you got to look at JDG. How do they try this as a team comp that is very much going to fall off when it comes to damage? Yagao step behind now. Yes, Loken has hit his 2 items, but you already have items and will take over when he gets towards that second Zeal item.
Honestly, so far this game, I'm really impressed by Angel on the LeBlanc. I mean, looking at his... I picked the wrong time to say that. I picked a real bad time to say that.
Sorry, I missed what happened on the screen. Can you just repeat what you were saying there?
Angel got absolutely bodied by Kanavi and Yagao. Locked up. Actually takes away from the point of Trident, but also it's not on one of the 2 champions that he's really known for in that mid lane, in the Azir and the Kassadin.
Fair. And I mean, the Twist of Fate we kind of associate with Angel as well from the 2019
from
Summer
years
Split.
Gone by,
yeah, I mean, he didn't have the biggest of performances in the last game. Now I want to see him have a decent response on this level. 2-1 can still be a pretty big factor in these team fights, especially if he can force Loken out of the scraps, because at the end of the day, if Loken isn't able to be a key factor for JDG, well, there's no more.
Mention that when we look at the carries on both of these sides right now, Loken, despite being lower on gold than Huanfeng, has a much cheaper build, so he's hit the 2-item power spike much earlier on into the game, and importantly as well, that mana stack hits once he's able to get the mana converted into damage. Loken will start hitting like a truck.
Trying to find their fights towards this 3rd dragon, but the issue that you're seeing is Suning can kind of play it safe. They don't have to go towards this dragon if they don't want to. With the way the Laves are pushing right now, you've got pressure across the map that JDG have to see how they approach this.
I want to make a slight update, because I was just talking about the AD carry builds. It turns out neither of them are based in Aegis, and Kanavi's been found and forced out of the jungle by Angel. Really nicely done there on the LeBlanc.
And right before the Dragon's about to this, Suning are putting vision everywhere in the JDG jungle, and again, it's trying to clear out, choke off any answer JDG can have, but Yagao pushing in this top lane. Bin is going to be forced to respect, so a window of opportunity for JDG to make a play. Unfortunately, it's not going to be given to them because Suning are finishing off this dragon too quick.
EG as well to at least grab a tower in the top side. I was mentioning before the AD carry items. Huanfeng has finished off his Hurricane, but Loken isn't scared. And as Call of the Forge God gets the knockup, but realistically, Huanfeng is safe. The rest of the team from Suning now collapsing on in. This would be 4v5 though. Onto Lumao with a root from Angel. Doesn't have a ton of mana. We'll back away. In the meantime,
he poked into this fight.
Oh, Huanfeng! What are you doing? Oh, he stepped way too far forward. In the meantime, SOFM is still doing chicken, so he's nowhere near to try and get involved in this fight. They've got the wave clear to deal with this minion wave.
So a mistake from Huanfeng, but it's not going to amount to anything. Aren't able to push in now with all of their engaged tools down apart from Yagao, and realistically Yagao wants to be using this prison, keep the likes of Bin away, maybe lock up SOFM if he gets to. close.
Look, all I'm saying is being caught out there. That's all I'm saying. It's just simple science.
It's a fact of life.
It's simple.
Yeah.
It's simple science. But overall, trade does go the way of JDG. When you look at the gold right now, they're 1,000 ahead. They're feeling strong in this grouped fights though, where Huanfeng isn't caught out before everything kicks off. If he can get a big Moonlight Vigil and you've got Bin in the middle of everything, they can look outside of JDG. It's a similar story where if all of the ultimates land, they really can tear a team apart.
We're starting to see you can see Loken has got that Frozen Fist for himself now with the upgrade, and we'll potentially see a little bit more pressure come out from them because they're strong and you're getting doubled down on with the items coming in from Zoom. So we'll have to see if they can find a few of these team fight victories, but very soon Sunny will just be able to.
I was a little worried for Angel there. An important item pickup as well in the mid lane from Yagao. He's finished off his Zhonya's Hourglass. Andrew, not just in terms of damage, but you can go so aggressive in the fights now and still survive no matter what. Maybe not no matter what. There are things that can still kill you. SOFM is one. Zoom charges on forward, but he's 2v1 right now and forced away by SOFM and Angel. Teleport. Both teams going to disengage.
JDG are desperate to make plays right now. They realize, hey look, Huanfeng's about to come online. SOFM stance now completed for him. He's working towards a Black Cleaver. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to find anything. Suning are doing a great job until now.
Lumao is gone. There's no follow-up from it. Oh, Angel! He messed up the jump, and now Zoom wants to snipe him. No, turn straight on towards Bin instead. SOFM kick. SOFM now going to be ulted as well. He's locked up and might just go down. Angel's in trouble as well. In the meantime, Bin pushed away as Loken finds a kill. Huanfeng can't escape. He's slowed down and will be finished off. No, gets under the tower. Fine play from JDG is just beautiful.
Suning just got out of harm's bus. They end up giving across all these kills. JDG find Baron as a result.
Straight onto the big purple worm, and they're looking fantastic. It's been such an even game this entire time, but Suning step too far forward.
They're so close. Every time, like, Suning, you're just on the cusp of being able to do it. But unfortunately, end up getting caught from Angel there, not able to get over the wall and trying to burst out Lumao. Now, I mean, you're not really going to be able to do particularly much, even if you get Lumao opportunity for JDG to try and find these engages. Especially as Suning are running away here, it's going to be perfectly happy chasing these fights with the Iceborne Gauntlet, slowing people up. Plenty of arcane shifts thanks to the extra CDR he's able to pick up with the Death Stance as well that he's got completed. So like he's sitting at every bit of CDR he could possibly want right now, which means
this next couple of minutes is the most important couple of minutes for the side of JDG, because as you've mentioned before, their composition will fall off. A tiny little gold lead of 2,500. If they can continue to be looking fantastic, but the more items Huanfeng gets, the more difficult this will become for JDG.
Bin now trying to play the split pushing role, and JDG are perfectly happy to just trade turret for turret here.
That was a beautiful little sidestep from Angel. SOFM turret, and that's what's important right now. Oh, the damage out of Loken. He's feeling large and in charge. True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, or he might have been able to get a kill. In the meantime, for tier 2, Yagao moves down to the bottom side of the map. Sword Dart is going to try and solo Defender's Bard. I don't know if that's really going to work out for him.
TP in the mid, though.
Looking to collapse onto Loken and Lumao. Angel is here already. Going to try and root them in. Loken flashes away to the rest of his teammates. There's a showstopper onto Bin. Dominus keeps him alive. It's actually Lumao to fall. Turret. So FM now trying to collapse, trying to cut them off, stop JDG getting on out. This would be a third Dragon for Suning if they can get it. But Zoom has arrived. And now they're the ones getting collapsed on. Tempered Fate isn't enough. And Kanavi gets away with it. Enough. Aphelios has got to make things happen. Huanfeng has to step on up here. Zoom goes too far in though. Stunned up. The damage isn't there. Huanfeng can't step on forward. Loken is threatening. He wants to jump over the wall. Yagao goes in. Huanfeng, one more auto. Sword Art gets the kill. Zoom trying to escape, and Loken steps too far forward as well. This is going to be soon. Loken somehow equalizes. Kanavi got the dragon.
What? This guy thought that fight was going to be okay, cool. Suning have moved in. They're getting the kills. They're getting the fight.
If Kanavi helps, you won Dragon Kanavi.
So many questions and so little answers. But we do. Okay, look, wait. So Kanavi was healing up off of that dragon, which was great for him. But as you saw, Loken was nearly able to finish off this engage from Zoom. There from SOFN. Kanavi goes way too deep off the back of that. Loken now trying to get into. So this is where Angel now gets access to keep Loken at bay, because his big ultimates from Zoom, from Yagao have been used. But then Angel can go for it aggressively. Then you can look towards Bin to get aggressive as well. And
yeah, this kill from Loken is
I don't think it would have been a win for JDG, even if Kanavi had helped. I think he was pretty much done and dusted at that point, but stealing away the dragon stops Suning from going on to factor for JDG.
Yep, understandable. I take it back, Kanavi. I take it back. But ultimately impressed by Loken in that fight. Really, once again, misses his Moonlight Vigil. Had he landed that, had he managed to get the kill onto Yagao a little bit a different direction. And
the interesting thing about these fights is how much they've been dictated by who has the teleports up. Zoom wasn't able to get across to try and teleport is coming up, which means JDG can look to make map plays. Still being able to roam down to that play before Zoom could get there.
So Baron buff has worn off for the side of JDG. Minute and a half until that's up. 3 minutes until this Mountain Dragon is up. Dagda, give me a bit of a recap of where dragons are even, towers are even.
Well, definitely Huanfeng is just finished off his Phantom Dancer, so he's in a really good spot. You're looking at actually looking more towards a crit item now with the double agility cloak for SOFM. Very strong in the next few minutes. So definitely Suning, when it comes to the straight up damage, will be ahead. The problem is more trying to enact their game plan, because as we talked about, Angel keeping Bin away, and Zoom as well can look to be this gatekeeper before getting access to Loken. As long as Loken tournaments he has, JDG have a fighting chance in every fight.
JDG might just happens right here. Yeah, nice little jump from Bin, but it's not going to be enough to get away from Lumao. Now he's in a 1v4, actually committing the teleport to this play as well.
Well, this is what we said. These fights have been dictated by seconds on this Baron. So getting that kill means they've now got a man advantage for this next fight, and nobody is tanky enough on Suning to get.
Fam did actually manage to steal away the Scuttle Crab there with his collateral damage, which means they will have vision on this Baron if JDG would start that off on spawn.
I don't think it really matters. I mean,
look,
you
it
can
was cool.
walk
Okay.
it was cool. You've got no Renekton. JDG should just start this Baron up as soon as it spawns and make sure that they're able to clear it before teleport back.
It'll be a big question of how quickly they can do it, and if Suning can try and zone them off, try and find some way to stall out the issue. 3 seconds until Bin spawns and his teleport's about to come up.
Without Angel just going directly into the pit, but he does not want to make that play right here.
Bin's
JDG not doing anything.
Bin's trying to make his way to jump back into the pit here, and JDG have not committed to the damage just yet. Bin has Dominus available, forced away. Oh, the Tempered Fate is like something out of a movie, and Zoom can't get the sack back in. Knockup coming on through, and JDG might have found the pick. Bin desperate to escape, and the turret can't do enough. Now look at the damage control, but it's not quite enough. There are the autos in. Everybody just about getting away with it. Huanfeng just
incredibly close to finishing off that fight. They do push Suning back. Bin does go down as a result, but they're going to be happy to just keep them pushed away. I thought JDG might have found the fight with the separation of Suning. Some in front of that Tempered Fate from Sword Art saved that entire fight for Suning.
Beautifully done there. And also Bin just out of the fight. They had to use everything to try and burn down the Crocodile. And as you wrote, it's sufficient Tempered Fate to ruin their plans, and Zoom couldn't get his ult off. Now though, Mountain Dragon has spawned. Neither of the teams can get sold. It is going to be JDG.
I'm looking at the items though that have been completed now for Zoom. You've got that last Whisper coming in for Huanfeng. He can now actually deal damage to Zoom. Here, I'm looking over again at the Graves as well, who's got that Seal item now finished and is working to really just become a whole heap of damage to the likes of Zoom. And I like this crit style build because when you're going up against these super tanks, that crit to help get through that health bar.
JDG just going to kick this Baron off straight away. Teleport from Angel as he knows he needs to be a part right now. Forced to flash. Mimic on cooldown. Oh no, it's not. He jumps back to his distortion. Angel's alive somehow. Secret mission now from Angel as he gets showstoppered and is there. And Lumao with the 1v1 in the end. Now into the mid lane from Suning.
But now if I'm Huanfeng, I'm delighted. No ult on Lumao, no ult on Zoom.
Yeah, but you're also in a 4v5, so we'll see how this one works out. Good damage onto Zoom, but he is practically invincible at this point in the game. Baron has been started though. Kanavi and Loken are happy to just two-man this one. Comes back onto the map. SOFM trying to step in. So is Bin as the Dominus comes. Moonlight Vigil is available. Inferno is there as well. Gets a good bit of damage. Kanavi goes on to the AD carry. Kicks him away. Huanfeng survives. Baron is Lumao that gets it in the end. Kanavi forced into his GA. They're somehow winning the fight though. Suning themselves 2 kills, but it's JDG with the Baron.
How JDG got that Baron when it's only SOFM in the pit? When Suning have found it, they're pushing forward.
Death times are incredibly long here. You still got 50 seconds on Zoom right now. They can charge down the mid lane.
And no problem here. We said already, when Zoom's ult's down, Yagao's is down, Lumao's is down, Huanfeng will stand up, and he is now looking to finish the game.
Tempered Fate onto Yagao, goes up safe. There's a stopwatch as well, so he's golden for a long old time. Last forever. But turns into his ultimate and will be finished off in the end. He's bought a lot of time for his team. Health bars are low. They've got to finish this tower off, but they don't have the minions. SOFM is low. In goes Loken. Has to flash away. Keeps himself safe though.
They're pinging the wards. They're looking to collapse on Suning.
Magical Journey comes out from Suning. They're going to stay as a unit here. Stay all as one. If anybody...
On Moncherry go!
Zoom with a massive ultimate here. SOFM the one to go down first. Sword Art is here. Bingo. If Huanfeng can get these autos off, he just ignores Zoom and he goes for the rest of the team. Huanfeng is low, shielded up. Magical Journey's there, but he can't quite get it. And Jade tries to escape, flashes. No, dices to safety. There's a blast cone to get out, but somehow JDG have flipped it again.
JDG are still chasing down on Bin. The Iceborne is still able to escape, but there's no minions. They've no way of actually capturing.
How is this game so close? Suning doing such a good job to bring the Spring Champions into this brawl.
And it is a brawl, exactly as you say, into this. But JDG do a good job of pushing them back. Yagao buying enough time with Luma. Sword Art is playing such a crucial person in just keeping JDG at bay, especially here. As they start to go aggressive onto Huanfeng, he gets this crucial stun over the back here, so you've got Huanfeng who's able onto Kanavi, and this fight could have gone so much worse if JDG had been able to collapse on all front. These small little things coming in clutch on both sides.
What a performance with seeing here out of Suning and JDG. On the brink on, and this is something that makes them the top team in the LPL. This is what sets them apart from the rest of the teams. Hold on in these moments. They've got one Nexus tower left.
So let's take stock real quick. We got 30 seconds until this dragon is going to spawn. Sole point for summoner spells essentially on JDG's side. Maybe Yagels will be up in time. And when we look across on Suning, they're fairly much in the same boat. This whoever gets caught first will lose the fight.
Bin has his teleport available. Zoom does not, but Yagao is in the side lane to end away the minions. If JDG can get this dragon, the game might just end on the spot. Angels moved over to the side lane.
They have the double teleport, so they're looking to try and make the play onto Yagao while this is going on.
FM can't get near, and this is Dragon Soul taken immediately. Suning, they can't afford to fight this one. This is not a winnable fight without the teleports. Inhib tower has gone down. Inhib in trouble right now, as it's a 3v3 over the Dragon Pit, but it's going to be JDG escaping. Inhib will fall here, but it's at the cost of the mid laner. Angel fell as well. 50 seconds on that death timer.
There is the potential here for JDG to push in here, or at least, well, now it looks like clear out these minions in mid. 2 inhibitors down though with Baron in a minute 40. JDG need to next Baron fight just off the pressure from minions.
35 seconds until Angel's back, but there is no Baron, so this minion wave is very clearable for the side of Suning. With a Graves there, with a Felios as well, they can just deal with these to really pressure this tower in a significant manner. Suning once again have found a way to...
This is where Suning can look to play around that teleport advantage again. Super minions in top, super minions in mid. You have Bin and Angel after you've shoved out this top mid wave, play towards bot, and trail. You don't have the double TP, but
teleport in. You can't clear minions if they're being teleported on. This means that the mid lane inhibitor will go down. Angel has now respawned though, so JDG, if this will be a 5v5. Oh, Bin is recalling. Bin has teleport, but he's going to go for the recall anyway. On towards these Nexus towers. Huanfeng dodges. He might have bitten off a little bit too much here. Tempered Fate available. Not quite going to land onto anyone, and SOFM is low. Needs to be very careful. Zoom gets the knock-up. It's only onto Bin though. Everybody from so they can heal up.
Suning have managed to hold on to their 2 teleports though, which is really crucial. So as long as they hold on to their Nexus turrets, they're going to be in good shape.
Top lane this whole time, by the way, so if they can hold on, pressure will start to go in their favor. Bin using this dominance, he wanted to go in here. Loken nearly got stunned up. Ending now. Baron is about to spawn.
Super Creep's pushing in top though, and now you're starting to see with that inhibitor respawns in mid that JDG don't really, or Suning even don't have as much pressure towards this mid lane as they would like.
Now, so maybe this could be an opportunity to fight for Suning, but without Tempered Fate, without the Moonlight Vigil, in a whole lot of trouble. Goes into his Sonias to keep himself safe. Stunned though! And he doesn't quite go down. He's going to be knocked up, and that's going to be Huanfeng surviving the fight. SOFM is going to be chased away as Bin and Sword Art escape somehow, but Loken finishes the kill.
Kanavi comes out, managing to get the kick onto Huanfeng, set up for the kill on Loken's ultimate, and JDG are...
And Bin get a teleport in. Angel is so low on HP, but he's still going to try and make the play onto this one. Get straight onto... and everything is denied! Sword Art makes Bin golden. It's the wrong drug for Suning.
It was so close, but twice Suning. They can see the right at the end, and JDG will find the 2-0.
What a heartbreaking What a game. What a series. 2-0. And that scoreline does not represent this series in any way.
The last 2 days now, we have to the very limit by our mid-table teams, and JDG just against Suning, but they were pushed to their very limits.
They truly were, and you can see their exhausted faces for JDG, because that, I mean, you can see the faces on Suning as well. They're not actually too upset, or at least some of them. It seems like they might be a little happy about it. For them, this is a great performance, even with a loss there. Look, the other side of the board, JDG, there was a lot of room to grow in that series, near as good as they were in spring.
Definitely not. But to give Suning their due, they look, SOFM on this Graves is an absolute menace. Looking up for success, and yes, there was some hiccups. Yes, there was some shot calling mistakes in the mid to late. For that up, Suning looked like a playoffs team.
Honestly, Suning, I've been super impressed. Third series. They've already done 3 series, by the way. They're 2-1, and 2-1 is most teams haven't played 2 games yet.
And I think the big thing here is showing that they're we're just not flukes. Like, they looked very, very good. And I mean, it's going to be disheartening that you
both
games, but this is still you playing the LP, and you were pushing them all the damn.
That second game, when you can bring the LPL champions to that playoff game, that felt like they were fighting tooth and nail to get absolutely any advantage. To that level of gameplay, I mean, massive props to Suning.
Yeah, but looking over at JDG's side from Loken, he looked so good on this Ezreal. The big damage carry for this team, especially when you're looking at Yagao, who's very much fallen off at this stage, or well, the late stage of the game on Lissandra. You're not getting as much damage from Zoom. Kanavi yet play on the Lee Sin at the end, but you have to be able to deal the damage, and Loken performed out of his damn mind.
And it has to be said as well, Kanavi actually I'm really running amok in the jungle. And let's bear in mind, this is a team that was built around Kanavi. If Kanavi struggles, the rest of the team is going to struggle as well. But
I mean, their spring split MVP. This was the guy who we talked about, highlighted as everyone in JDG plays towards him. But SOFM just said, I don't care how much resources you invest in him. I've got this Graves pick. I know what I'm capable of, and I'm going to...
Coming out from SOFM in the early stages of the games, Hwanfeng did struggle a bit on this Aphelios, though. And granted, you're against a team composition that is very difficult to lock down. The thing about Aphelios is you kind of want that front-to-back fight. You want to be able to free fire and get the AoE across the whole team. Ezreal, Lee Sin, and all of this, and all of the disruption as well from things like the Ornn. You never get that situation.
And that's why I was surprised to see JDG, who we have highlighted as a team that makes very little mistakes, their macro is on point, throwing all these ultimates to the wind but wild abandon, not really getting anything from them, not like they're, okay, well, we funneled Suning into this awkward position, we're going to try and collapse on them this way. It was Zoom throws, and when it got into those Baron fights, they were so dicey because Hwanfeng was able to free hit. He was able to go aggressive, and I mean, you saw it just at the very end there how close it was to Hwanfeng being able to turn so many of these.
So many of the fights were on a knife's edge for game 2. And bear in mind, for Suning, even if they win that game, they still had to get another one. Like, imagine halfway through the series there, boys. But yeah, incredibly good team fighting though in the end for JDG, but a lot of really dicey ones. Okay, you've messed this up in a big way, but when it comes down to it, JDG are a team with that best of 5 experience, and it felt like best of 5 experience is what you needed in that kind of game, because that pure...
And it's the star power that comes with it as well. I mean, I'm not doubting Suning by any stretch. I mean, Hwanfeng is definitely a big carry for this team, but when the chips are on the table, Kanavi's Lee Sin stand in the set, and Loken on this Ezreal, again, a standout performance from him. These are the players that you need to be able to stand up, and that's exactly what they did.
Absolutely. And when you look at the side of Suning as well, the guys that we've been looking to step up and really carry is Hwanfeng and Bin. Both of them are rookies. So there's a lot of pressure on these guys to perform up against the spring shot of these players for them to manage to take down JDG. Even just to go this close, I think if you are Huanfeng, if you are Bin, you can go home, and obviously they're going to be disappointed. A loss is a loss at the end of the day, but this was... And I'm hoping to see more of this against the other top teams. I hope that this isn't like the disheartening loss that ruins the split for Suning.
And I think looking at it, I mean, you're playing against like the top 4 teams out of the equation, top 5 teams out of the equation. Suning win this series every single time because they don't have the same comeback to figure out how to play against this style. And if I'm Suning, I'm looking at going, okay, well, I'm perfectly happy to keep playing this very aggressive early game style, coming into the mid game and transitioning into these side calls where you go, okay, we can push that a little bit further, but that'll come with experience. You said a lot of rookies on this roster.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about Bin as well, because especially in that second game against Suning, but game number 1, Bin looked amazing. Bin just completely controlled the top lane in a Wukong versus Renekton matchup. It's not meant to go that way, the likes of Bin. So obviously game number 2 kind of overextended a couple of times, and Zoom had his way with him in the top lane. But I'm excited for the potential that Bin offers here in this split.
So with them, we talked about setting up. Sword Art's Bard was really good as well, getting those roams off in the early game. A lot of Temper Fates that were dictating how this early to mid game went. Now, a few of them going a bit awry in the later stages. I mean, there was the one in the bacon.
Yeah, that one was not so great.
Still, Sword Art looking good. Sword Art looking like what we expected from coming over from the LMS, and it looks really like Suning have just uplifted. And I think it's incredible at how much we're praising Suning.
Just that alone says a lot. But we're having a resurgence of the LMS because Sword Art's looking great. Maple looked great yesterday as well. Maybe they're all coming back with the footsteps here in the LPL. Let's take a look at our MVP for that game, and I'm not even sure who it is at this point. It was Loken in the end. Honestly, he looked amazing. Look at the damage to gold.
That's what I was about to say. That is insane. I mean, on average, you're looking about a really 40 to 160%. Like 211 is insane.
I want him to blow the smoke off of his fingertips off the back of that game because he's feeling good off the back of that one. Also, only 2 deaths in a game of stuff.
Yeah, he looked absolutely incredible, but I was not expecting that damage to gold ratio. Well deserved here. And as we talked about, he needed to be the big damage carry here. I want to look at Kanavi. I know this is the highlight for Loken, but Kanavi in this fight, this kick onto Huanfeng set up everything with Zoom being able to follow up, and now Loken comes into this fight. So much damage. Yagao, as we said, wasn't able to do much. Kanavi couldn't do much. It had to be on his shoulders, and once again he's stepping up for this.
And I've just noticed something heartbreaking in that final fight.
Oh no.
Huanfeng had flash available. He could have avoided that kick. He could have got out of it. Maybe Suning wins off of that one tiny little mechanic. A little bit heartbreaking for him, but let's be honest, that is a uncharacteristic mistake. Huanfeng has been one of the staple, most solid members of the Suning roster. Fan, you can forgive one little mistake every now and then.
And that's the thing. I mean, looking here, Huanfeng, he only just touting him as one of the best AD carries in the LPL. An incredible feat for such a new AD carry coming in, and you can't fault him that heavily, especially when Kanavi's just flying straight through. You don't really have him respond, and as well you've got that chaotic of a fight in front of you.
Yeah, it's always going to be hard to play that one right, but that is going to round out at a 2 0s on the board at the end of things. Things have panned out. RNG looking still incredibly strong, honestly dominating Vici in our first series of the day. Sec by no means is quick and by no means is clean though.
And this is where we're starting to look at how are we actually going to pan out for summer, because RNG looking very clean, JDG not so much. You've got Suning starting to step, getting into the real crux of the matter is how the hell is summer going to start panning out, because our spring split looked nothing like this.
Dude, I'm excited for that matchup, but let's take a look at where we stand now at the end of today. Or in fact, at Saturday's matches, we're going to have 2 days off here at the English broadcast. We're going to be back with V5 against LGD, which somehow is actually a really good matchup now, despite spring. And then we'll go into OMG versus EDG.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that first game to really get a test as to where V5 are, where Sam D and PP God lie in the whole grand scheme of things. And again, then towards our second one is to figure out, well, what the hell happened to OMG?
Yeah, and EDG as well. EDG
True.
starting off with a bit of a falter here in this summer split. So both of these series going to be really, really good ones. And key series for trying to put a meter stick of how good these teams are in the summer split, how well they're going to be able to perform. OMG especially has a lot of question marks around it right now.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be waiting a lot throughout these first few weeks to try and see what way this is all going to fall, because right now it is very much up in the air with, well, unlucky performances from FPX, from JDG, not looking like they're back on top of their game. FPX losing yesterday to LNG. Now we've got some standout performance across the board in V5. RNG looking back to form. I mean, this is an absolute nuts.
I bet you didn't expect to say V5 in that sentence a couple of weeks ago.
To be honest, like, no, I can't believe it.
PP
I cannot
God.
believe, like, PP God is D coming in, and Weiwei as well looking so good. Like, if you haven't watched the V5 game, genuinely,
Until Saturday.
True.
They're going up against LGD with this newly formed version of LGD that is on paper exceptional. That could turn into an absolute bloodbath of a series because they both seem to be
very much looking forward to LGD. I have LGD as 4th right now in my predictions. I really think LGD are going to be coming in swinging, but maybe it's to knock me off my horse.
I think you're a lunatic on that one. It's going to be Sooning in 4th, I'm telling you. Well, either way, that is going to be the end of today. Make sure you tune in. IPL happening for the next 2 days, but it will be the Chinese broadcast. It'll still be here on the Twitch channel, though. So make sure you are tuning in. Make sure you're going to be us. And we'll see you there.
Сначала там сердечко, овал, ромбик, и вот такой котик получится. Очень похоже. Мне осталось только раскрасить. Юки. Юки, ну сколько раз тебе говорили? Нельзя, нельзя. Кто чихнул? Кто чихнул? Кто такой маленький чихнул? Чихнул? Кто? Чихнули. 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 Кто чихнул? Юки. Кто чихнул? Юки. Кто чихнул? Юки чихнул. Юки чихнул. Да? Ай, кто это такой малыш? Кто это такой малыш? Только в другой комнате. Дети поиграть сложно. Эй. I can't hear you. В другой комнате. Ну так я его зову. Ну так закрой дверь, прикрой. Хотя. Хотя. Аги. Гелё тебе?
주전은 더 이상 바꾸면은 경기
아야. 아 0.1초. 와 오늘은 근데 진짜 뭐 카더스한테 지고 이렐리아한테 지고 그린 챔피언들한테 다 지네. 좋은 거 상대로는 다 이기는데. 이건 눌러야겠다. 바텀이 근데 안 누를 것 같아. 억울해가지고.
我听到了甜言蜜语。
킨드레드가 카사사 상대로 좀 힘든가 원래? 쉣. 아, 이 판은 놓아주자. 그러면 멘탈만 나갈 것 같다. 근데 이 게임 내용을 보건데 이 판은 내가 볼 때 투표에도 졌어. 투표한다고 이게 안 막아져. 저런게. 오히려 투표했으면은 약간 더 무기력하게 졌을 것 같아 이런 판은. 한태용 궁만 떨어져도 죽겠다. 지금이다. 지금. 그렇지. 빨리 눌러 얘들아. 관성상 누를 수밖에 없어. 근데 우리 정글은 왜 이렇게 못해? 그리고 뭐하는 애야? 정글로 아닌 것 같은데? 답이구나. 어째 뭔가 좀 어색해 보이긴 하더라.
Hear me out and make me strong. 그저 정해진 대로 따르라고 그리 현명하게 사는 거라고 쥐 죽은 듯이 살라는 말 가짜는 말 누굴 위한 삶인가 뜨겁게 찢어봐 절대 꼼짝 않고 나는 버텨낼 테니까 거세게 때려봐 네 손만 다칠 테니까 나를 봐 야야 끝없어 쓰러지고 떨어져도 다시 일어나 오늘
섬중 플레이저
我听到你了。 오늘도 비에로 하이브 한잔 하셨나요?
나도 정글 못하는데? 그러면 탑 주세요.
나를 봐 야야 끝없어
근데 비에로 아이바에 원래 탄산이 있지 않았나요?
어? 음.
让我们来猎杀那些陷入黑暗中的人吧。
근데 오레이지네. 뭔가 미드 제드는 제드밖에 할 줄 모를 것 같은데. 그냥 하지 뭐. 체력차 극복. 이런 판이 질 것 같아도 은근히 잘 이겨요. 어.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。黑夜是我的盟友。
세트 궁 맞고 수원 쓰면은 그냥 무빙으로도 움직여지나요? 그냥 우클릭만으로? 구르기 같은 거 안 써도? 수원 가면 되겠다. 리신 궁 같은 거는 수원 써도 움직이려면 이동기 써야 되잖아. 구르기 같은 거.
全军出击！ 我被再造的就是覆盖他们的一切。在霓虹闪烁的世界，我就是黑暗。
세트는 보통 1렙에 여기 들어가 있는데. 아? 이거 근데 라인 당겨야 돼서 너무 막 때리면 안 돼. 라인 당기면 이거 갱 아빠 오지거든요? 어떻게 알았노? 굿.
故障你的一黑夜是我的父亲。
그냥 타이밍 아다리가 맞은 건가? 렉사이 특징 돌아서 옴. 그 상대 솔방울탈 나오는 쪽으로.
我是原计划谎言背后的真相。
이럴 때 그리고 아무 이유 없이 포션을 먹으면 상대가 더 쫄아.
不妥协的行动。
갑자기 포션 먹는다? 그럼 진짜 무조건 이거 나올 수가 없어요. 나올래야. 왜냐? 포션은 무언가예요? 전조 징조거든. 왜 갑자기 피 관리를 더 열심히 할까? 아, 리신이 위로 올라오니까 이제 슬금슬금 먹으러 오는 거죠. 개반대. 아, 미드 차이. 아, 조합 부려서 이겨야 되는데 각자 라인전 다. 바텀도 지고 있네. 일단 나는 내 라인에 집중하자. 대박. 괜히 킬각을 주는 게 아니었구나. 너무 이게 빨리 잡아야 된다는 그 생각에 사로잡혀 버렸다. 방금 킬각이어서 들어갔는데 하긴 이렇게 쉽게 각을 줄 리가 없지. 이거 올라가다 또 죽는 거 아니야? 왜 다 안 보여? 미드도 안 보이고. 오우 씨. 근데 우리는 각자 라인전을 이겨야 되는 조합인데 미드 바텀이 다 지고 있네요. 흔히 말하는 이 난이도 조합이죠. 시간 지나면 그냥 지는.
진정한 남자의 라인 상당히 무게감이 느껴지시나요?
세트는 그냥 버티기 들어갔고 템바 씨 걔 극혐이다. 못 잡을 것 같은데? 왜 이렇게 빨리 죽어? 이거 쫓아오면 얘 신발이라 나 죽는데 살려주네?
네가 최고야.
구독 감사합니다. 궁이 없어. 아. 그냥 먹을걸 미니언. 아 이럴수록 더 망하는데 씨. 그냥 미니언 먹고 템 뜨는 거 기다려야 되는데 왜 이렇게 급하지? 템이 뜨고 나서 해도 되는데 이게 아래가 지고 있어서 그래. 조합도 구리고. 아니, 솔직히 급해질 수밖에 없어. 이걸 어떻게 안 급해져. 인정? 이건 안 급해지고는 못 참아. 이거는 조합 이렇게 뽑았는데 아래 이렇게 터지고 있으면 이게 왜 맞아?
상대 탑베인이 나왔다. 바로 응징이지. 크크크크.
진짜 팀만 바꿨으면 재밌게 게임했을 것 같은데. 가보자. 가보자 렉사이야. 룰러 없나? 있잖아 씨. 한번 더 끊으러 와봐. 죽여버릴란게. 세트 잡으러 가야지. 세트가 사라졌네. 화면이 저쪽을 보고 있어서 모른다. 왜냐면 상대는 미니언이 여기 있어서 화면을 이렇게 해놓고 게임을 하기 때문에 못 봐요. 나 같은 사람이 팀에 있었으면 아마 핑을 찍어줬겠지만. 가보자 가보자. 안하면 어차피 진다. 가보자. 왜 안 왔어? 지읒. 아이씨. 걔 허무하게 지네. ulti 왜 이렇게 못해? 그래도 초반에 이길만 한데. 초반부터 지네. 재미없어. 지금 뭐지? 나 몇 패야? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8승 5패네.
자기 넣어서 왜 그런 거 듣고 있어? 그냥 보자. 덥지. Even she's so what? 아니 진짜 덥지.
13판 했으니까 하루에 15판씩만 해야겠다.
나 그냥 좀 해서 그래. 빨리.
숙제처럼 해야지. 하루 15판. 옛날처럼 큐가 잘 안 잡히는 게 아니니까 지금 시즌 초라. 지금은 거의 30분에 한 판 같은데?
도파 특징 트위스티드 페이트 자라.
항상 너의 곁에서 널 지켜줄 거야.
지금은 큐도 빨리 잡히고 시작도 빨라.
바라는 건 오직 하나, 영원한 행복을 꿈꾸지만 화려하지 않아도 꿈 같진 않아도 너만 있어주면 돼. 걱정 마, 언제나 이 순간을 잊지 않을게. 내 품에 안긴 너의 미소가 영원히 빛을 잃어가지 않게. Cause your love is so sweet, you are my everything. 전날 밤에 난 꿈에 젖어. 하는 말이 아냐, 난 변하지 않아. 오직 너만 바라볼 거야. Oh, you're light of my life, you're the one in my life. 내 모든 걸 다 잃는데도 후회하지 않아. 오직 너를 위한 변하지 않는 사랑으로.
원딜 소나하면 안 될 것 같은데?
신성한 탑라인에서 페인을 꺼내시면 그렇게
조합 개구리하기 시작하네.
화려하지 않아도 꿈 같진 않아도 너만 있어줘.
야 AP가 너무 많아. 이게 뭐야?
약속해 힘들 때 너의 그늘이 되어줄게. 내 품에 안긴 너의 미소가 영원히 빛을 잃어가지 않게. Cause your love is so sweet, you are my everything. 정말 밤에 난 꿈에 젖어. 하는 말이 아냐, 난 변하지 않아. 오직
걔 조진 것 같은데 좋아.
You're light of my life, you're the one in my life. 내 모든 걸 다 잃는데도 후회하지 않아. 오직
걔
너를
험하게 질 것 같네 또.
변하지 않는 사랑으로. You're light of my life, you're the one in my life. 내 모든 걸 다 잃는데도 후회하지 않아. 오직 너를 위한
명초 닿지. 노려보고 실패하면 그냥 해야겠다. 내가 안 했다. 내가 있으면 방송 끌라 그랬는데. 내가 안 했으니까 더 해야지. 방송 끄고 두 판 하면 되지. 뭘. 아니 내가 언제 방송 키고 15판 안 됐어요? 방송을 끄고 하면 되는 거지? 방송 끄면 게임 못해?
Because it's really like problem of tall people. Because we are tall, we always do like this, and we it's not straight in here.
네가 최고야.
I wanted to search for some answers.
선생님 얼씬 정용 가는 탑피들 논평 한 번만 해주세요.
그런 피들스틱이 있어? 피들스틱 바뀌고 나서 만나본 적이 없다는 거는 구리다는 거 아닐까? 캐리.
누가 중국 사람 아니랄까봐 태극권 쓰는 시고수 크크크크.
한국 서버에서도 만나본 적 없는데요.
롤할 때 원래는 네 얘기하지 마세요.
그냥 못 만나보는 건 그냥 구리다고 생각하면 돼요. 근데 상위 티어까지 못 올라온다는 거니까 진짜 좋다? 그러면 원챔 장인들이 그걸로 치고 올라와요. 그런 이상한 거, 막 예를 들어 뭐 탑 워윅 이런 거 막 통계로 보면 되게 좋은데 상위 티어에 안 보이면 그냥 구린 거야. 이 롤은 통계가 아무짝에도 쓸모가 없는 게임이라. 통계가 의미를 가지려면 진짜 승률 57%, 8% 이렇게 찍혀야 돼. 그러면 좋은 거 맞아. 일단 솔랭에서 그렇게 안 찍히면 별 의미 없어요. 통계는 롤에서 말싸움 할 때 통계 들이미는 게 제일 무식한 짓이야. 피들스틱 얘기하니까 피들스틱이 나오네. 아 근데 개인 승률은 중요해요. 개인 승률은 엄청 중요하지. 그거는 개인 승률만큼 중요한 게 없지. 딱 검색해봤는데 우리 팀 탑 야스오가 승률이 16%다? 바로 도망가야지.
He's eating his peachy. Like the sheet where he pees. He just eating it. So
Carry.
next one is
승률 45% 탑불배가 우리 팀이면 어떻게 하실 건가요?
45% 정도는 괜찮지.
and we don't have a lot of like space to write it. I mean the video is short, so we have to get straight to the
It's enough just do what is. So
네가 최고야.
술 마시는 거예요?
유니버스님 만원 감사합니다. 미에로 화이바입니다. 피들스틱 스킬이 공포지. 공포 타겟팅 공포. 타겟팅 공포 하나 있고 그 침묵 있고 보이자마자 스킬을 맞으면 공포 걸리고. 볼 때마다 느끼는 건데 별로 그렇게 크게 바뀐 건 없더라고. 그냥 옛날 피들 생각하고 해도 똑같더만.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
마순팔 개꿀. 제어 와드까지 확인. 아마 여기다가 받겠죠? 여기 국룰이거든. 여긴 아무도 안 보는 거 보니까 와드가 하나 박혀있나 보다.
네가 최고야.
아 여기다간 안 박아 웬만하면. 왜냐면 바로 지워지거든 캠창 들킨 상태에서. 어차피 와서 맞아야 되잖아. 빨리 와서 맞아라. 추적판 무빙 하지 말고 그냥 맞아야 될 건 그냥 맞아줘. 서로 간에 룰을 지키란 말이야. 라인전의 국룰을. 이랩도 찍었겠다. 한번 들어와야지. 시간이야?
It's like first kind of. They have 130. Okay, I will go on. Okay, I should do 100%.
뭐야? 아니 이걸 집을 찍는다고? 미친 거 아니야? 이런 애가 다 있어? 요정의 부적도 하나 딱 마련해서 가주면 베리 굿. 제어와드는 아마 여기 있겠지? 여기 확률이 굉장히 높아요. 얘는 좀 못하네 얘가. 이렇게 움직이면 다 쳐맞지. 쳐맞으니까 핑 찍어서 피들 부르겠지. 피들 불렀으니까 슬슬 앞으로 나오는 거죠. 미는 게 낫겠다. 가보자. 잡아보자. 테를 왜 타냐? 아니 안 타도 잡는데. 어? 뭐야 방금? 이제 풀 쓴 거야? 뭔가 번쩍번쩍거리긴 했는데. 오 렉. 아, 나 제어와드 여분 없는데. 쉣. 이건 정화 드는 게 낫겠지? 피들이니까. 아, 그냥 궁 땡길걸.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
바텀이 문제였네.
An enemy has been slain.
오, 나이스.
An enemy has been
오, 뭔 소리야. 소리가 뭐 이래. 소리 있네? 생각보다 뭐가 때리는 게 있네, 스킬이. 오, 야, 멋있다. 아, 좀 솔킬 따이지 마. 아, 솔킬은 해봐야지 좀.
Babe, how's better like this?
이즈리얼 5킬 뭐냐고. 의미도 있는데 더 이상 날 화나게 하면 가만히 두지 않을 거야. 블루도 뺏기겠네. 계속 태우자. 와, 다 맞고 쓰기. 아, 너무 많이 달았어. 이거 저기 있네. 근데 정화를 텔포로 바꾸기가 좀 아까운걸? 정화 들고 있어야 안 죽을 것 같은데. 정화가 없어지면 압박을 못 하잖아. 뭐냐? 실화냐? 말이지? 스펠을 이렇게 들고 있으니까 트롤 같네. 이게 왜 이렇게 막 쓰냐면은 스펠을 돌려놔야 그 봉풀주 쿨이 빨리 돌아요. 그래가지고 정화를 버릴 수는 없는데 그렇다고 또 스펠 풀타임 하는 건 또 아까우니까. 봉풀주는 이제 스펠 바꿔서 사용할수록 스펠 그 쿨타임 감소가 있어서 갈아 끼우는데 이거 먹다가 죽을 것 같은데. 나이스. 빨리 쓰자. 와우, 찢어놓고 패기 고맙고. 한번 꼬리를 내린 야스오는 파밍도 못한다 이거야. 무조건 딜교환으로 라인전을 뚫어야 되는 캐릭터인데 1렙부터 그렇게 쫄아있으면 되겠어 안되겠어. 하나다 뻔해. 나타나고 처음 하는 스킬이 공포 걸리는 거니까 벤시 가면은 공포 안 걸리나? 오리아나가 이렇게 상대 정글 갱 압박 없고 우리 정글이 미드 이렇게 봐주면은 그냥 개사기예요. 이래서 내가 오리아나 미련 못 버리고 하는 거야. 나 1000원이니까 벤시 가야지. 절대 안 죽어야지. 아 욕먹자. 10스택이니까 빨리 메자이도 사야 되는데. 아니 뭐야 이거에 벗겨져? 당황스럽네. 피존스틱 뭐야? 볼 때마다 약간 새로운데? 어? 왜 그래 얘들아? 상대 유미다? 유미 상대로 던지면 알지? 상대 유미 효율 잘 받는 캐릭터는 이즈리얼밖에 없긴 한데 모른다. 아, 좀 기다릴걸. 오씨. 아, 룸메 벤시 벗겨지는 거 불편하네. 아니 왜 그래? 야 진짜 게임 불안한데? 아니 이즈리얼 템이 상당히 좋아. 불안하다. 불안해지기 시작한다. 돈 아껴서 데스캡 올리자. 잡템 사지 말고. 헤르메스 살 걸 그랬나? 뭔가 마간신 좀 그렇네. 피들 공포가 지속 시간이 그래도 긴 걸로 아는데. 그냥 둘이 제껴 버리나요? 굉장히 좋아. 몸을 해라. 타리가 와다로 가지 말고 그래야 빨리 잡지. 이 이즈리얼의 근본도 없는 공원. 미드 가지 말고 그냥 다 같이 타보지. 들어가자. 밀어서 끝내자. 가보자. 밀어 얘들아. 거기 쫓아가지 말고. 뭐 하는 거야 이거. 오. 빨리 왜 안 들어와? 아니 그걸 네가 왜 처먹냐? 정화 안 돌았나? 정화 왜 이렇게 안 돌아? 씨. 방어막. 뭐야? 바로 버프 아직도 많이 남았네. 가보자. Sorry. 아 점수 개 조금 오르네? 점수 너무 안 오르는데? 아.
It is what it is, babe. 오늘의 마지막 판 이겨보자.
됐다. 우와. 그렇게 한 판 할 수 있겠다. 그렇게 하고 싶었는데 마침 딱 골라주네 리산드라를.
王牌飞行员申请出战。
캐리각 나왔다. 캐리 간다. 이번에는 한번 무람 하나 해볼까? 상황 보고 각 나오면 가보자.
캐리. 오늘 방송 길게 했다고. 내일이나 내일 모레부터 또 후방 하나.
오호. 사람을 뭘로 보고. 아! 아니 리산드라가 보이면 빼야지. 보띠오가 보인 것도 아닌데 출발이 너무 안 좋네. 제발 솔킬만 따이지 마라. 아 근데 저 구도에서 2킬 주고 시작하면 700원이잖아 롱소드 2개. 롱소드 2개를 버틸 수 있나? 아니 심지어 리산드라 2호씨 먹어가지고 만화 200에 스택까지 다 있겠어. 아 이게 침착 만화가 진짜 큰데 이게 침착 만화가 진짜 크거든요? 만화가 600이야. 이러면 라인전이 안되죠. 아 바텀 미니맵만 봐도 무슨 상황인지 알 것 같아. 얘들 서있는 위치가 무슨 일이 벌어졌는지. 렉사이 회심의 갱킹 제발 통해라. 아 들켰네. 아 이러면 근데 눈치 까지. 상대도 자기도 노리는거. 이게 또 리산드라 텔포가 있거든요? 킬 하려고 한다. 와 대기하고 있어 리산드라. 아 이거 망했다. 망했어. 렉사이도 같이 망했다. 이거 커버하려면 탑이 솔킬 한번 따야돼. 지옥으로 빨려 들어가 버렸구나 결국. 경험치만. 딱 템이 돈이긴 하네. 가보자. 뭐야 뭐야 뭐야. 오! 오! 곡괭이를 팔아버릴 뻔했어. 오! 걔 지려버릴 뻔했네 진짜로. 와. 와드 박는 척. 여기가 와드기 때문에 이러면 이제 위로 가서 렌즈 돌립니다. 라인을 왜 빨리 밀겠어요? 위로 가서 렌즈 돌려서 와드 한번 먹어보겠다고 라인 빨리 미는 거야. 근데 와드가 없지. 그러면 렌즈 쿨일 때 바로 와드 박아버리기. 방금 리신 봤냐? 렉사이가 썩어간다. 썩어가. 말 그대로 썩어가고 있어. 아 이거 코르키 리산도 사실 코르키가 리산드라를 이기는 게 아니고 리산드라가 코르키 크는 걸 방해 못해서 카운터인 건데 이러면 쉣. 리신은 풀 안 썼는데 리신 풀 있는데 잘못 찍었네. 제발 이걸 왜 유미가 먹어?
Yeah, I think it's fine now.
아니 상대 리신은 언제 4킬이나 먹었어. 그리고 근데 내가 한번 죽은 순간 이미 게임이 너무 힘들어졌다. 나는 절대 안 죽어야 되는데 페노풀 빠졌다고 해도 되는 게 있는 것도 아니고 합인 한번 가볼까? 뽀록 한번 노려? 안돼.
The sound and when she's closing her eyes.
팀에 CC도 없어서 리신 잡기도 힘든데 오지게 잘 쏘거든요. 아, 야. 리신 전령 치고 있지 않을까? 한번 해볼까? 이거 치고 있는데 전령 못 막나? 이 혼자 가봐. 아니면 난 집 가야 되니까. 모른다. 나이스. 이러면서 바텀이 안 죽는다며? 칼리 아이템 살벌하다. 이거는 바텀 따라가면 안 돼. 그래서 따라가면 이건 3대2로도 질 수도 있어. 그냥 이즈음이 그 멀리서 받아먹는 그 강점이 나오게 해야지. 지금 딱 저렇게 아이템 떴을 때 굉장히 위험해요. 가는 척만 하고 가볼까? 에이씨, 그럼 그렇지. 아, 이거 괜히 지었다. 위험하다고 생각은 했는데. 이 게임을 어떡하니. 이거 뭐야, 잡았네? 어떻게 잡았노? 보여주나? 안돼. 이런거 내가 주워 먹으면 또 모르는데. 탑은 나이스. 나 0킬이구나 아예. 개꿀.
오케이.
탑도 킬착을 당하겠네. 가도 되나? 중간 지점에서 나를 노리지 않을까? 얘는 너무 생각이라는 게 없다. 팀이. 생각이 없어도 너무 없어 이거는. 바당해주면 어떻게 이겨. 아... 왜 안 빼지? 상대 해지도 2명이구나. 나이스. 내가 먹었다는 거에 의미가 있어.
Well, process will say something fast. Send it
이거지. 얘들이 적당히를 모르네. 안돼 때려. 아니
because it's this.
간다. 그냥 간다.
Okay, so I have.
오우 씨. 저 흠낫 없었으면 잡았겠다. 아 그러니까 돈이 너무 많아. 뭐야.
Oh well, it was.
이미 멘탈 났네. 아 저렇게 죽으면 못 이기는데 진짜.
Like when you put your leg inside, like it's so yeah, so freaking cold. Yeah.
역전 허황된 꿈이었군.
If you can't hear
뭐야 이거 누가 먹은 거야? 아 한참 전에 먹혔는데 아예 여기를 못 들어가가지고.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
It's actually uploaded to daily YouTube or daily motion.
아 맞다 이거 스택 관리를 안 하고 있었구나. 아 이거 처음 가가지고 스택 관리를 안 했네. 공풀마다 다 썼어야 됐는데. 이렇게 단체 행동하면 더 안 좋은데 우리? 좀 더 나눠서 커야 되는데. 바텀도 누구 한 명이 가서 좀 먹고. 근데 솔직히 대놓고 쳐도 못 막을 것 같아. 가봐야겠다. 쌍둥이까지 나오겠다 이거. 유지력이 너무 세서 달지도 않아. 까지 하겠습니다. 마지막에 많이 줬네. 바이바이. 난 다 꺼 누나. 캐리.
최준영님 10만원 후원 고맙습니다.
내가 전화해볼게. 와이파이 그거.
아니 잠시만 내가 비디오 보내고 있어.
지금 전화해야지.
야 기현아. He's sleeping so much. He's sleeping so much.
진짜 개슬프. It's okay. It's my life.
It's now or never.
I'll never leave ever.
귀엽다. 왜 이렇게 귀여워 김기현?
뭐랄까.
왜 이렇게 귀여워? 왜 이렇게 귀여워 우리 여보?
I just had like one line of people and I just gave everything to my parents and they were happy, so I was fucking eat a lot. I was like I just bought it for myself. When I got home, I was like, well, I just bought it for you guys. Everyone's like, okay, let's try it. And they tried it and they love it. I was like, well, yeah, just eat it out. Just call me. They're like, okay.
So did you eat finally?
A little bit, but it's fine. I mean, I don't want to eat a lot. Oh, shit, no. So, 진짜 놀래라. 진짜 놀래라. 진짜 놀래라. 진짜 놀랬어. 아 진짜 내가 여기서 보는 자기는 아무도 없거든 자기 뒤에. 근데 갑자기 나타나서 놀랬어. 그렇다고 Young dog. Young dog.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. 빌밥.
읽었다고 나한테? Did you say I'm old? You're avoiding me. You're avoiding me. Yeah. I'm old. True.
Babe. No, no, sleeping. No, no.
I was just closing my eyes and
No, 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 no. 안 돼.
I'm still hiding. Gosh. Just it was my pillow was about to kill me, but I'm fine. I stopped it.
Really?
I was like, motherfucker.
왜 자기야? 자기 왜?
Well, right now.
Wait, did you just hear me? I need to love everybody? How can I love everybody? I can't even meet everybody. What?
Laat bed plassen een onbezorgd.
Like only old guy and his daughter is the only, like they're like only two who got corona and everyone is like fine. Yeah. So everything's fine, yeah.
Anyway, be careful, okay?
What?
Be careful.
Oh yeah. I will. I'm gonna. Why would your manager to answer so fast?
Me too, babe.
this? I don't know. Wait, hold on. He bought like cleansing tissue, like just like tissue like 120 like inside one box, right? He just gave it. It was like 3-year anniversary. And girlfriend gave like watch, and this is so fun.
Babe, there's my mom.
Привет. Привет.
Alele, it's okay.
I didn't know that.
Скотина, напугала. Он спать собирается.
Как дела? Красиво. Как у него дела? Хорошо.
Да, что живучий.
Молодец, молодец, молодец. Ладно, а ты его причесала?
Нет.
Нет? А ты как сходил в больницу?
Трихопол еще на 10 дней.
Сразу же на год бы, что все болельщики убились. А что она тебе сказала?
Сказала, значит не убились. Трихопол до 20 дней можно пить.
А с перерывом-то можно?
Ну, я ей сказала, что я припила. Сейчас не пью.
Опять тебя тошнить будет. Не просил замену другую. Ладно. Пока. Пока.
Бай-бай. Что это за мальчик такой? Last second. Really last.
Like imagine every time when we're doing banging, I say like, babe, last second, babe, it's been like a while, like last second, babe, last second. You be like,
Babe, how is my mom?
she is pretty as usual.
She? She's pretty, huh?
I said she, come on.
You said he.
Bleh.
А. Нет.
Enlisted rank. just love you. Do 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 do.
Thank you for helping, like really.
I know, I know, I know. Nevertheless, you didn't do anything. They're just hitting you and killing you like that.
Hi, are you ready for us?
trying to
How
be
are
ready.
you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
We
Whatever,
just go in the
it's fine.
backyard.
Okay.
Well, thanks for sitting down. Basically, we want to look at just sort of how people are treated. For example, Kristen, who we all love, who we think is doing a great job, isn't here today. You don't snap your fingers and say new producer and we fly one in. Like, I think some compassion and understanding that everybody
I am so
is
compassionate.
working.
I am so understanding. I am working my ass off just like everyone.
Right, but you do have very little empathy or compassion for other people. Do you feel like you respect the people that are around you trying to make the show and spend
You know, I
all this
respect
time?
a lot of people who respect me.
You got rid of her.
No, I didn't need to get rid of her.
You didn't get rid of her? You didn't, like, demand, I want Kristen out of here,
I'm
she's
sorry.
gone?
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure many other people on Teen Mom. I mean, you're doing other Teen Mom. She can just go bounce around and, like, annoy the out of everybody else.
This makes things very challenging, and it doesn't, like,
There's
come
a
across.
lot of people out there who probably need production jobs. It's not that.
Everyone is like not helping her. They're like, no man, just let's go. Like, we don't know what's gonna be like that. Yeah, so everyone is like avoiding to help her. And a while ago, like 1996, when I born, there was like one guy who saved like one college girl who like she was about to get raped, and he was sleeping, and that, you know, like knife in his stomach, and he's dead. And until now, that, you know, like college student, she didn't even say thank you to like him.
Really?
And you know how much he got from like Korea, like from the government? It's only like Samchun's having like 34,000 won. So like guys right now, they're not trying to help anyone.
I hope you
Just
will
like-
help me.
I mean, you know, everyone's like let's let go, like just let it be like that. So they're not even like helping. It is kind of serious problem right now. Well, for me, if you ask me, I'm gonna do it. Like, I'm not gonna do it.
For the girl?
Yeah, I mean, like,
Well,
if
babe,
the other-
I'm sorry. Well, I will say sorry for her, but I'm not going to send you there because something can happen to you. No, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like how much I love myself, right? So I'm not